Hello, folks. We'll be getting started in just a moment. Just getting everything pulled up. Well, the usual. Making sure everything's working properly before we get started here. Let's see. I think I just need to do this. So, and we should be good to go. Yeah. Look at me being vaguely good at this. I think that's everything pulled up. Yes, indeed. All preparations in place. Well, today is Tuesday. And you know what that means? Time for me to be late because the lawnmower was going around again. No, actually, it wasn't even. I don't think it was. It might be the lawnmower. But I think it was a cooperative endeavor to delay the stream this time because I was I was just waiting for things to quiet down, honestly, so that y'all don't have to deal with like the low buzzing sound of like yard work in the background. I hear it like in the distance. Stay away. Stay away, lawnmower. I waited an hour and 20 minutes. You can't do this to me. But it wasn't just them. I've got an armchair that faces out uh, towards our little balcony, right? We've got an apartment that's like on the second floor, so I get a little balcony to go hang out on, which is very nice. I quite like it. Has a lovely view of nothing, but that's okay. So I was sitting in my armchair that faces out towards him, and just waiting for things to quiet down. And I was thinking like, wow, usually like when they're mowing out here, um, on the side of my house that my room is facing, it's very it's very loud on this side. Like it comes straight through the window, of course. But if I go out to like where the balcony is, which is on the opposite side, like into the living room and stuff, it's usually a good deal quieter. Like that's where I go and hide out. But it definitely wasn't. If anything, it was even louder. And I was wondering if that might let me like, actually start almost vaguely on time if they had like finished out here and had instead moved like the grass in between, like out in front of the balcony area and stuff. This is hard to describe, like spatially. I hope this makes some amount of sense. And even if it doesn't, this part will. So I'm sitting there and I'm just kind of staring out the window as one does. Head empty, no thoughts, and leaves start falling down from the roof. I'm like, that's unusual. And then even more start falling down, and I put two and two together, and I realize there's a guy up there with a leaf blower on top of my roof, blowing like leaves off of it and like out of the gutters and stuff. I'm guessing, um, because spring thinks that it's here, and so the leaves have stopped falling off the trees. I mean, they stopped a long time ago. And I guess it's time for gutter cleaning. And that's why everything was so loud everywhere in my house, is because it wasn't coming from one side of my house or the other. It was literally right on top of me. Um, so that's why I'm late. Um, Again, every time I complain about this, to be clear, I, I don't blame anybody. It's just inconvenient for me. That's all. But that's okay. We deal. And today, speaking of dealing, we will be dealing with some aliens again. Let me go ahead and get our game brought up. Let's see, because today is Tuesday, and not only does that mean having to deal with yard work, it also means having to deal with Terra Invicta. I shouldn't say it like that. I don't deal with Terra Invicta. I enjoy Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta's a fine game. Saying it like that makes it sound like it's like putting me out, you know? Like it's an inconvenience. Oh, goodness. I'll get this pulled up over here, and then I'll pull our capture over. And I also have decided, I'm, again, not going to be using the Terra Invicta music. We're just going to use some more lo-fi girl for today, because I've discovered that I love that vibe for the Terra Invicta streams. It's really something special. I'm a big fan. So let me throw that over. Get that started. Thank you, Lo-Fi Girl, for supporting the defense of the Earth. We appreciate it. We'll load up our game. And, we're gonna have to take a moment to figure out what we were doing, actually. I remember last time we had just unlocked the ability to detect alien operatives. And we felt that that was a pretty good note to leave off on, right? From here on out, we can now locate, and we have an objective to locate and kill an alien operative on Earth. It's a pretty big deal, you know? We want an alien corpse for study. I mean, doesn't everybody? You know, doesn't everybody want an alien corpse to study? But the Resistance definitely does. Oh, hello, Venus. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you've made it just in time. We're just loaded into the game. I hope that you're doing well. Ah, goodness, goodness. Yes, and I think we're getting close to completing the Mega Europe project, or at least stage 1, right? Taking everything that the EU can claim normally, more or less. Doing good? What did you miss last stream? Oh, we can catch you up. So we finally burned down the UK, and rebuilt it in our image. So we pulled that off. We also managed, much later, to launch a coup in Turkey. So we're working on bringing them into the fold. I think we brought Italy in. We learned how to detect alien operatives, so now we have an objective to hunt one down and kill them. Oh, and we have begun work on our own Mars base here at Olympus Mons. So, lots of exciting things coming up. This Mars base is a little inefficient. We don't actually have the mining equipment on the way yet. Here, let's open this up. I'm remembering now, yeah, I played myself. We talked about for a very long time in previous streams. We beat Elon to Mars. That's right, that's right. We did it. Honestly, miraculous that we beat Project Exodus here, who's basically Elon. Or the Initiative, one of the two. The Academy, I think, is beating us here. Oh god. Whoa. Okay, that's different from when I last looked. Oh my goodness. Okay, the last time we looked over here... you see, this is why they were able to pull this off so quickly. They've got an outpost mining complex on the moon. I don't think I've ever seen the AI beat me to mining. Oh, that's veteran difficulty for you. Good for them. Good for them. They deserve it. We kind of dragged our feet on it. Maybe trying to go for like the straight to Mars strategy is not gonna pay off, but we'll be able to send our own mining equipment out here pretty soon. We're just a little short on boost right now. We launched this not knowing exactly how much boost we need to get the mining equipment out here, but also because Olympus Mons is just like the ideal spot on Mars. If I. Yeah, you can see. Actually, this is not a good place to see it. Select Mars. You can see the resources here. It's got everything. And it's the only site on Mars that makes literally every resource. It's not always the highest yields, although it's got the most rare metals, which is really good. It also has... Yeah. It also has the most volatiles. That's nifty. It also has the most volatiles. Okay. But I think this is the best site here, just because it has everything. From this one mining site, we can build whatever we want. Eventually. You know? We'll get more. We'll get more in due time. Don't you worry. Alrighty. I bet Exodus is actually Elon. Yeah. Yeah. I think Chairman Soren of the initiative is too smart to be Elon, personally. Like, not smart as in an admirable kind of smart, but smart in a, yeah, evil mastermind kind of smart, you know? Alrighty. We need to confirm assignments. I believe last time we set this turn up for ourselves. It looks like we did. So I think I can just hit confirm assignments and let it run. I'm gonna let it run on slow for a moment. The initiative leads America. Yeah, that's the other big thing. It definitely fits, you're right. This was a huge development. Is the initiative managed to peacefully take America? That's one thing I've never seen the AI pull off, is taking America without a coup. Usually they all like stack. Again, usually being when I played this many patches ago, is they would all stack raise unrest missions in the United States, and then somebody would fire off the coup, and then like you'd have like just this random mishmash of control points allocated to everybody that contributed to the revolution. It was always messy. Nobody ever had total control of America, so this makes the initiative extremely scary. We want to be on their good side. Everybody's scary. I'm liking it. Like, Exodus is like dominating global research somehow. The Academy is getting space mining up. Like, they're gonna have space mining on Mars first of any faction. It's really impressive. And then there's us. We're building Mega Europe. That's about what we've got going for us. So hopefully this works out. Hopefully this works out. I don't feel like we are the dominant faction at this point, but I don't feel like we're the weakest either. I think Humanity First is having a rough time. I can't really identify any strong Humanity First like holdouts. Like they've got like the biggest country I can think of them having is Thailand. Right? You know, and they've got like some of the Middle East here. They've got a bunch of little countries scattered around in Africa, but they don't even have like a full block anywhere. Like, I cannot identify like a stronghold for Humanity First. So that's a problem for them. The Protectorate appears to be holed up in Brazil, which is, I mean, it's a good, it's a fine country, you know? It's got a lot of boost. It's got a space center, you know? It's cool. Alright? Like, you know, good for them. The Protectorate's doing okay. I think the Protectorate is going to be behind because we kicked them out of Europe. We fought the Protectorate pretty hard for control of Europe, and we won. So I think that's going to put them behind pretty badly. And the servants... I mean, the servants aren't... Alright, you can't evaluate them by the same yardstick. It does appear that they've lost ground in Southeast Asia. They used to own Vietnam, now they don't. That's good. And they're losing pressure in China. It looks like maybe the Protectorate is trying to fight the servants for China. That's interesting. Honestly, a little bit of infighting among the pro-alien factions is good. Appears having your entire propaganda based in Warhammer and Stellaris alien genocide memes is not a good PR strategy. Yeah. Oh my god, look at them. They're building Boost in Mongolia. That's how desperate Humanity First is. Oh my gosh. Have they even managed to secure any nuclear weapons? I don't think they have. What are they doing this game? What happened? Oh, you know what? They used to have nukes. They used to control the UK. I kicked them out of the UK. What are they gonna do? Resurrect Genghis Khan? That's the secret play. That's the secret Humanity First tech that I don't know about. Is they're gonna go biotechnology, they're gonna go cloning, and they're gonna clone Genghis Khan. And then it's over. That's their end game. Oh my goodness. So, we're definitely not at the bottom of the pack. I think that we're well ahead of Humanity First. My evaluation is that they're dead last. I think the Protectorate's doing okay, but we're still doing much better than the Protectorate. The servants we aren't going to evaluate. I think the current servant position could be even worse than the Protectorate, but the servants, they've got special stuff going on. Eventually the aliens will start funding servant operations, so we can't even evaluate servant strength properly. So they aren't a part of this evaluation. Gosh, who's next? I want to say it's a toss-up between Exodus and the Academy for the next slot. And me too, honestly. I think myself, the Academy, and Exodus are kind of tied and competing over, you know, the next kind of rank. Because we all have, well, like, Exodus has a good stronghold here in India. Like, they control almost all the points. India's very, very good. They've got it fully excellent public opinion. They're doing great. They've got lots of little places all over. And they are just running away with control of global research. They are taking the game globally in the direction that Project Exodus needs to take the game. Their win conditions are very different from the rest of us. And so them getting all of this space tech done early in global research is, I think, going to be really good for them. I've never played them, but based on their behavior, that's my presumption. Because they just want to leave. They don't care about mil tech. They don't really need to defend the Earth. They just want to get out of Dodge. So, I think Exodus is doing well in its objectives. I think they're doing just fine. The Academy, I don't think really has a true stronghold anywhere, but they've got enough control over boost resources that they've managed to launch a very, very strong early space game. They're going to have substantial mining presence on the moon and Mars, and I think they're going to take off. I think... oh god, I hit my desk. I'm wildly gesturing. We can speed up time just a little bit. One speed is ridiculously slow, I've just realized. Um, so, yeah, and honestly, my position, generally speaking, I'm doing pretty well. The European Union seems to be a little bit of a slow burn, but we're making a ton of science. We've got funding, we've got boost, we've got heaps of mission control. We're well positioned for the future. We just don't have a whole lot of punching power right now. Right? Um, we're kind of a our faction kind of has general strength rather than it being very concentrated. Like, the only thing I think the Academy has going for it is the fact that it's got heaps of boost. Like, just tons and tons of boost. I don't think that their science is super respectable. You know? Yeah, see, they've got Indonesia, they've built like a space program here that's pretty darn good. Like, they've got boost. That's it. I don't think they know how to do anything else right now. But I think the uncontested, strongest position in this game has to be the initiative. Not necessarily by leaps and bounds. I wouldn't say they're running away with the game, but they're doing damn well controlling the United States. Like, that's huge. That's a superpower right there. Oh, hello, Coffee. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet of you to say, gosh. Oh, I hope that you have a good time lurking. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well today. Oh, and Venus, the game 2 I watched, he ensured the servants never got alien support by always destroying their research for translating alien language. Yes. That's what we're gonna have to do. Is we're gonna have to hope that we find the servant. Like, get a good lock on the servant's operatives at some point, and just sabotage the hell out of their research and slow them down. That's going to be one of our #1 priorities once we get a good grasp on Europe. I believe now you can only sabotage projects once, but I'm not sure. I may have misread that. Definitely you used to be able to just unlock the servants like that. I'm not sure if you can do that anymore. But we'll definitely be hitting them pretty hard. We want to slow them down as much as possible. As the lawnmower comes back, I'm so sorry. It's a little far away for now. I hope it'll stay back. I actually realized I began to get like trans memes on YouTube since I began to watch ya. Good. Good. We make good memes.
Protecting our interests.
Oh gosh, that's wild to think that I may be having an impact on people's algorithms. Like, until this moment, I didn't even, like,
Establishing
comprehend.
contact.
It's no business of ours if you wish to throw your lives away.
Oh, hello, Initiative. I guess I sent someone to make contact with you, huh? Because I want your boost. That's right. I want non-aggression. And I want boost. No space mining yet, though. It's such a funny thought that I could have an impact on people's algorithms, though. I love that. I would buy their base off of them for a lot. Like, a lot. I would give them a small private army for it. It's right outside my window. The lawnmower. Oh my god. I waited so long to start stream so it would go away. What if I gave you cool orgs? Like, is it even possible that you give me this base? It is. I'd have to give you an insane amount for it. Like, an actually insane amount, but it's possible. Interesting. Like all the memes I get are from the same YouTuber who, I don't remember the name, but he has like sunglasses, I believe. Oh. Maybe. I've probably seen them. I couldn't remember either though. I'm gonna... One sec. I'm just gonna mute for just like a minute until this thing goes away a little bit. Oh no, but it's already going away. It's getting further. It's okay, Scarlet. It's okay. To them, it's just a low buzzing noise. It'll be fine. What about projects? High thrust probes? You want those? I hope that lawnmower is not too terribly loud. I'm so sorry. Tuesday is apparently the day that they come around to do yard work, is what I'm slowly gathering. I honestly can't really hear it. Oh, good. Good. Then I can calm down a bit about it. I can calm down a bit. Getting this base from them could be really good. We set up mining here and that accelerates the Mars program. I don't think that we're gonna be able to get it, but I'd like to try. I could give you beta minerals. I want to be friends with the initiative. They're cool. Well, they're not cool. They're powerful. There's an important difference. He's not cool because he's good. He's cool because he has the American military behind him. And if I don't call him cool, they will kill me, you know? It's that kind of deal. Like, I could give you Babylon's Tower. That's tolerable. Hercules, I can give up. Irani, we're getting close. I'm just kind of giving up some of the little orgs that I don't care as much about. Don't care too much about Serapis. And what if I capped it off? Yeah, okay, we can get it. Any South American nation ever. Yeah, unfortunately. Me wishing that I had the under rail bargaining system here where I could see a bar that tells me how close we are. Okay, so we could get, if we give them high thrust probes, which I don't really care about giving them, it's good, it's a good project, but it's not astounding. We give them beta minerals, which will mean we're giving up some of our monthly income, and as bonus to our economy. That's tolerable. We can make that up. We can make that up. Serapis, which I don't care about. Irani, which I really don't care about. Hercules is another bonus to our economy that we're going to be losing and some monthly income, but it's tolerable. It doesn't have any stats. Babylon's Tower is probably the best one that we're giving up, but it's a 3-star that gives 3 science, basically. It's not astounding. I'm also playing another game trying to burn 56 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, I see. You're counting down to the Star Wars game, right? That comes out soon. I remember you mentioning. What game are you using to burn your time, Coffee? I think we take the deal. This gets us a moon base. Deal. Let's hope that wasn't a mistake. We're gonna close this, and we're gonna go check out our new acquisition. Hey, that ain't bad. Looks like we bought an outpost core and a solar collector. So we actually only need to send, I believe, a mining complex up here. That's affordable. We can do that. So in 2 months we'll have space mining. What is this? What does this place produce? Metal and water. Perfect. They're very heavy, so I'm glad to be able to produce those here. That'll be fine. Gotham Knights, it's actually pretty good. Oh yeah, I've heard good things about it. I had some friends that used to just rave about it. You also could have taken it over. Yeah, if I could get a counselor out here. Eventually, we will be able to launch our counselors. Oh, come on, zoom in a little bit. Behave. Like, it's fighting me. Okay, never mind. We're not zooming out. But we can launch our counselors up to these space stations. And a sufficiently convincing one might be able to, like, convince the crew to mutiny and help and join our cause. That's pretty hard to do, but it's possible. And once we have ships, we could potentially load counselors on ships to go out and do the same thing to other locations, or like put marines on them and take them by force. But right now we don't have ships. How does he do that? Just knocks on their ship door. I believe the idea is that they smuggle themselves in with like fake identities and stuff, like you know, pretend to be a part of like a crew transfer or something. But I like that idea better. They just float on over, knock on the door, and say, "Hey, let me in." Please let me in. Cool, we're gonna have ourselves a moon base. And we didn't even have to build it ourselves.
If it isn't ours, it's somebody else's. And if it's somebody else's, sooner or later, they'll use it against us. That's why we have to take it, whether we need it or not. Colonel Hans Castillo, 5 moves ahead.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. I want to point out that I think a lot of quotes from Colonel Hans come from his biography, 5 Moves Ahead, but it was cancelled before publication. Knock, knock, knock. Are you all happy with your management? Mm-hmm. Hey, I brought these union cards with me, if you'd all be interested. So this is Mission to the Asteroids, and they're gonna be doing augmented reality next. Okay. That's cool. I like that. So between Mars and Jupiter are a trove of rocks full of valuable elements. They fall into 3 broad categories. Stony asteroids contain have some metals. That's a typo. There's an extra word there. Stony asteroids have some metals and also rare fissiles. Carbonaceous asteroids are sources of volatiles, and metallic asteroids are rich in base and noble metals. Chances of water grow where asteroids are located further from the sun. While much further away than the Moon and Mars, their negligible gravity will allow us to construct catapults far more cheaply. So this will let us send probes and build things out in the asteroid belt. Something we won't be doing for a long time. Unionize now, they lied about the snake women. That's right. The people must know. The snake women aren't real. I know it'll be a long time, but I'm excited for space fights. Me too. One of my favorite parts of this game.
Moving in our direction. We've moved the needle.
Fighting with
Target destroyed.
space engagements and like space battleships and stuff in this game is so cool. I really love it. Incomplete burn in China. That's unfortunate. We should probably track that down and finish it off. Oh, Project Exodus failed a purge mission targeting Romania. We can't really lock that down because it's cracked down right now. It won't be for much longer. Ugh. What are we trying to burn? Xenoflora, or xenoforming. They aren't like aliens in the sense that they walk around, but it's like alien, we think bioengineered, like, flora that is like overtaking these regions. It's nasty stuff. You can see up here in the picture. We're trying to do some burns to keep it under control. This game could also, with a bit of changing mechanics, be kind of like a geopolitical simulator. Yes, just, you know, a few tweaks here and there, this becomes a pretty good geopolitical simulator.
Where do you need me?
Like, I understand, I think that they limited their scope really well. Like, they were really smart about it. Because making it too much more complicated, it becomes inaccessible. But also, I don't know. I'd honestly pay for a DLC that expands that side of things. That would be up my alley. Yeah, burn the Xenos. That's alright, we'll get to work on that. Let's go ahead and keep burning these larger ones so they don't get too out of control. Then we'll come back, we'll do some surveillance, and we'll pick up the stragglers. Hey, Paul. Celebrity has some experience. That nobody's killed this guy yet makes me think that maybe he's not gonna die a horrible death. There's a fine line between fun but complicated game and real life simulator. Exactly, yeah. That was one of the things that I was worried about before this game came out, is that it would get so bogged down in trying to simulate everything that it would just be unplayable. It would no longer be fun. But they did a really good job. I am astounded that this is the first game from this studio. I mean, the developers did Long War before, but like, this is something else. They knocked it out of the park. Do we have Denmark already? We do. That is one thing that we got last time, is we picked up Denmark here. A special acquisition. Very happy to bring Denmark into the fold. I was gonna level somebody. Yeah. I've been talking here recently about maybe replacing this celebrity. But so far I've yet to find a good candidate to replace them with. Like, they're not bad. I would love like a proper investigator. Because I've got a persuasion person, I've got another persuasion person. I've got like a command-oriented officer, an espionage operative, and like we've got some people like dabbling in investigation skills. But nobody who's really dedicated to it. Like, I could cut one of my persuasion people in order to get like a proper investigator to trail people. The Nordics getting in the EU, that's the hope. Eventually we're gonna start bringing like Norway in, like in Sweden. But right now, they're not my highest priority. We've got a few EU, like, Federation members we could snatch up. Which we probably should, but right now they're locked down, and we've got a lot of soft targets down here in the south that we're gonna focus on first. But yeah, we should do that. That could be a goal for this stream, is to try and get them here. Because we want them. Poland is fully cracked down, actually.
Ready.
Whoa, okay. Not missing this opportunity. Go straight for the legislature.
Targeting the opposition.
Ready for orders.
Go straight for the legislature, grab that executive, and we'll clean up later. I didn't even realize that was fully cracked down. I wonder when that happened. Let's see, and make sure that everybody, all of our people are allied. Yeah, everybody's allied to the EU. Good, good, good. So they'll start to become able to join in due time. Paul could go on the attack. Should not. Should avoid that fate.
Making our case.
Do a little public campaigning. It'll be okay. Maybe come over here to help out.
I will tell our story.
Yeah.
Ready for orders.
I'm planning on replacing this guy, so I'm not gonna level admin. We'll just put a point in persuasion for the moment, just so that they're better at holding a megaphone. And let's actually check and see if we've got any interesting recruits. Yeah, it looks like it refreshed from the last time we checked. You're young, but you suck. So that's cool for you. Oh, here it comes again. Hello, lawnmower. I'm glad that you all apparently can't, can barely hear it. Yep, you're right outside my window, buddy. Because I can definitely hear it. How much grass has he got to cut? Too much. Honestly, and I know it's not, like, just an American thing, but I also know it's not, like, a universal thing either. So I'm gonna say the American obsession. The American obsession with having, like, a grass lawn is obscene. Oh my god, I hate it. Because it takes this much maintenance, right? They're out here, again, no shame to the workers. It's fine work, you know? Like, I'm not mad at them. I'm just annoyed. I'm just annoyed because it's like, God, there's so much wrong with lawns. They take so much maintenance, not just in labor, but in, like, water. They barely contribute anything to the environment. What I'd give, just, like, have some bushes out there, you know? Just, like, I like some more trees, maybe, you know, flowers, I don't know. Something that doesn't require them to come and mow feels like every darn day, jeez. Don't they have trees there too? They do, but they could have more. They really prioritize open lawns with like 1 or 2 trees in them. It's kind of sad looking, honestly. That's the thing, it doesn't even look good. How many years since the start of the game? That's a fine question. I think that we started in, was it 2022? 2021? 2021, I think, is the game's start. Maybe. Because it's supposed to be like the very... Right? Or was it 2022? Oh gosh. I don't remember. In my town, there's a law for every tree cut down, they have to plant another. That's a very good law. And the university here practices that. It's not like a legal obligation, but, you know, they try to replant. Broadly speaking, that is unfortunately not the policy. Our landlords cut down 2 like very old trees in our garden years ago. It was like 7 when they did, so they have their ideal garden. Blech. That's what I think of that. Trees are great. We love trees. Just build around them. It's not like the tree's gonna ruin much. Like, I can get, like... Sometimes, like, a tree's roots can end up spreading far and, like, undermining a foundation. In which case, like, drastic action may need to be taken. But, like, broadly speaking, you could just build around them. Like, you know... Like, it's a tree. What's it gonna do to you? Right? They aren't moving very fast, I can tell you that much. We also don't have access to the garden? Well... that's landlords for you. Oh gosh. Me holding myself back from making overly strong statements about landlords and what we should do with them. Oh. Oh, I think we just found our guy, too. Would you look at this? Well, hello there. Huh. Or how we only have a corner of the garage instead of half of it. Ridiculous. God. I'm sorry to hear that. They sound particularly wretched. You know, while I hate the practice of landlording in general and corporate landlording in particular, one thing I've been happy about living where I do is we've got a corporate landlord, and I mean they've just got it all standardized and all of that. And even though the practice is generally bad for the housing market and everybody, at the very least it's convenient and I don't have to worry about garbage like that. Gosh, imagine... landlords. looking to my fictional picture of Mao. You know, speaking of landlords, I really gotta brag about mine. They didn't want to be a landlord, but got the house given to them by their parents. Yeah. That can happen sometimes. So they're pretty chill, hopefully. Like, you know, if you're gonna be a landlord, just be chill. Just be chill about it. You know? You have 2 cars, like, Jesus, you're 2 people. You don't need 2 SUVs. Oh my goodness. And SUVs, too? Gosh, it just seems like some people just have all the money in the world, huh? Money to waste, feels like. Not sure, but they're big. Yeah, 2 just big cars. That's a pretty typical thing here in the States, is like 1 car per adult in a household, if you can afford it. Hell, sometimes even if you can't afford it. Like, and sometimes depending on where you live, it almost makes sense, because like almost nowhere here is like walkable. or like has decent public transport. But gosh. And you see that a lot here too, unfortunately. One of our neighbors is 4. Shaking my head, that's all I can say. Just shaking my head. They're really chill. They let us have our 2 cats and corgi. They allowed us to put up pride flags as long as we have a non-binary flag. Hey, that's pretty rad. I can roll with that. Oh yeah, talking about pets, we also aren't allowed an animal because they're allergic. Oh, but they're lying. God. Wretched. Oh, but 2 cats and a corgi. Oh, that sounds lovely. We're thinking of getting a cat next year. Kit and I. Or rather, Kit is thinking of getting a cat. I'm thinking of allowing Kit to have a cat in the house. Duality of landlords. Yeah, that's really what we got going on here. We got the landlord from hell, and we got actually decent one. Yeah, you take the bus or walk. Yeah, I'm a walker too. If I can't walk, bike, or take the bus somewhere, I'm not going. More or less is the summary, unless I absolutely have to. I get, you know, I honestly, it's not even like a conviction thing. It's more, driving gives me like pretty bad anxiety, honestly. I don't like it. It's not crippling. Like, I could, like, drive, like, if I had to, but I really don't like it. It just, it makes my brain spin in the wrong way. Piloting a big hunk of metal, moving fast enough to pulverize anything, God, I hate it. I don't enjoy the concept. But I like walking, and I like biking, and I honestly like riding buses, you know, they're chill. So, thankfully I live in a city where, while it's not always accessible, you can swing it and make it work. You know, sometimes it takes me longer to get places, but it's worth the trouble. To me, anyhow. I live in a small town in the middle of nowhere. I can walk anywhere in town, but if I need to, say, get a prescription, it's a 45-minute drive. Yeah, I used to live somewhere like that. Where it was like... Yeah, if you had to go anywhere actually important, you've gotta leave town, basically. Get car sick actually if I'm in one too long. Don't get in buses though. Weird. Yeah, honestly, I get anxiety from being a passenger in cars sometimes. Not nearly as bad from driving, but in buses it doesn't happen. I guess they feel more secure. More like a moving building than like a little nippy vehicle. Or go to the hospital, 30-minute drive. Yep. I've lived that life, Coffee. I know exactly how it'd be. Gosh. Having like essential services be that far away. Parents are actually weirded out that I don't want to do a driver's license. Oh yeah. Mine too. They get after me all the time, my family. And like I got in. Oh God, we're gonna recruit this guy in a little bit. I promise. I'm ranting now. I don't have a driver's license either, which is especially unusual here in the States. I don't think quite as unusual for my generation. Like, it's been a growing phenomena, but Still very unusual. Um, and it's not that I didn't try. I studied for it. When I realized that, hey, this would probably just be a convenient thing to have. And not that it was ever a necessity for me. I was already in the I'll just walk places state of mind. But like when I started going to college and it was like, yeah, occasionally if I want to like help get my friends home when they've, had too much to drink, it could be like convenient. So sure. It might be nice to learn how to do that and just to have it. But then, after years of like harassing me to get a license, I finally start the process, I get my permit, and then my family just kind of never makes themselves available for me to actually get hours in, to actually get practice. And it was like, it wasn't easy for me, working up the willpower to like face that. Like, it was scary. But all in all, like we maybe went out like 3 times, like different, like me with different members of my family. Not even the same people multiple times. They just couldn't be bothered. And they still have the gall to get after me about it. So needless to say, the permit expired, and I still don't have an actual license, so... But it's been years, and like, I've never actually needed it. Like, we're chilling. We're doing fine. Luckily, my town is probably the most liberal small town. In a population of less than 500, there are at least 20 trans people. Oh, that's so cool, though. Oh gosh, that sounds so nice. Do I know Adam something by any chance? Oh, that YouTube guy that does the, like... How do I describe those videos? How do I describe those videos? What is the genre? It's like... Oh my gosh, I know the subjects. I've watched a couple of them. If I'm thinking of the right person. Looking at like, this is gonna be the dumbest explanation, but I cannot for the life of me come up with the name of this genre. It's almost like some kind of mix between documentary and like investigative journalism, but like for like oftentimes like infrastructure issues. I believe you do. Generally anti-car, yeah. Honestly, I think that sometimes he makes some interesting points and does bring a lot of good information to the table. I think fundamentally, I don't think that he and I have the same fundamental lens that we look at a lot of these issues with. I don't like all of his takes. I don't think he's like I don't think he's the worst. I think he does well on some stuff, but I don't always vibe with it. The anti-car stuff, though, broadly speaking, I think he does well. I think he does okay on that. I think sometimes misunderstands the purpose of some infrastructure, I think may be one of the bigger things. Just very, very neoliberal, right? to briefly revisit and immediately steer away from a topic we talked about ages ago. I think he definitely falls into that category. Hopefully I'm not too off base saying that. That's just kind of the vibe I got. But yeah, I'm a big believer in that it would be better to restructure restructure our infrastructure to not be car reliant, and that our restructure, or that sorry, I'm stumbling over my words, that the structure of our cities, of a lot of our society, honestly, was restructured in the past to accommodate cars, and that fixing that is achievable. I think it would be hard work, but I think that it's actually very achievable. You know, I think it's totally doable. Oh, I'm gonna drink some water, and then we're gonna recruit this guy. I've been staring at this investigator for a while, and I think I like him, but we're gonna talk about why too. Absolutely, you only really have like a Amtrak for trains, right? Yeah, passenger rail in America is dead. Like, we've got a few specific lines that run, here and there, but they're like novelty items. Like we've got a line that runs. Gosh, where is it? I know it's got a terminal in Chicago. It doesn't go to Indy. It goes... Is it South Bend? I don't remember where it starts. But like there's one passenger line that I could name in the state of Indiana. And in the whole Midwest, frankly. That runs interstate. And it is not as long as you think it is. It's like from our side of the border to like straight into Chicago, which is right on the other side of the border. It's a novelty item, right? And passenger rail here is just, I mean, it was gutted entirely. Which is just a shame. Like, the United States used to have an incredible international rail system, that it was allowed to die, that it was actively killed, frankly, is villainous. German train system is also kind of shit, with delays and cancellations often happening, but it's not so bad like in the US. I mean, China has a great train system, why can't Canada? It's like, it's achievable. Like, rail is doable pretty much anywhere in the world. You can make it work in almost any environmental condition, any kind of terrain. Hell, you can build railroads through mountains. Like, in all sorts of different ways, too. Like, there's no excuse not to have a good rail system, I think. You know, it's a great investment. But the reason they don't do it is because they got lobbied, you know. Because they got, they were encouraged to, screw rail in favor of the automobile industry, right? Well, that's just me getting angry. That's just me getting a little upset is all. I would just love to be able to hop on a train and just take a day trip somewhere. Yeah, trains are kind of more practical than cars to transport things, it appears. Huh, who knew? Oh, golly gee, who would have thunk it? who would have thunk that, it might be more efficient, rather than having a bunch of little cars taking things places. Buses, too? Gosh, all of that. What I want is to be able to hop on a train, to maybe take a bus to, or walk down to, like, a little train station, get a ticket for, like, however it's scheduled, like the passenger, a passenger car that goes up to, you know, where a friend lives or something. I want to be able to just take a day trip up there and then hop on the night train back and sit in my little car, you know, maybe have lunch, right? And just have a nice time. Is that so much to ask? Wouldn't that vibe be great? Now I'm fantasizing. I think I could theoretically just take the train to, like, the Dutch. The view you get is even better, TBH. Yeah. Oh gosh. Rather than having to deal with, like, driving on a highway for hours. And it'd be so convenient, too. Like, I don't get why people are so obsessed with cars anyhow. And, like, anti-train, anti-public transport. Because isn't it, like, ideal to be able to just, like, kick your feet up and, like, not worry about it? Not have to worry about driving, or, you know, the guy next to you forgetting his turn signal and being a jerk or whatever. You know, and like, we're so many people get so crazy about this, like, driverless car thing. And it's like, they already, like, it's not driverless, but they already did that. It's called a bus. You can get places without having to drive, so they pay somebody else to do it. You know, they call it a train. They've got an engineer. It's on a rail, right? You don't need an AI to drive the car. Just build a train. It's my freedom to drive anywhere. Exactly. That's the thing that they get on about. It's absurd. Oh, and anyhow. But AI sounds sci-fi. Oh, don't we love our sci-fi? When do I get my flying car, Mr. Musk? Ah, goodness. Let's take a moment to talk about our investigator here, before I spend the rest of the stream ranting about trains. Wouldn't that be a... Can I make this joke? I can make this joke. It's allowed. I'm autistic. I can make this joke. Oh, that would be like a peak tism moment for me. To spend half a stream ranting about trains. The recent controversy in my province is walkable cities. That's controversial. Yep. For some reason, people hate it. It's so weird, isn't it? For some people, for some reason, some people are just violently against walkable cities. Yeah, I would celebrate it too. Like, it's only upsides. But it's different, you know? It's different from what they're used to. And that scares people. And instead of taking the time to understand, they just get, you know, they just get out their picket signs and they say, no more, no, we don't want public transport. We don't want our cities to be reorganized so that we can get places without having to take a car. Alright, I'm making myself look at the investigator. This guy's so good. He's also so bad, but, like, in the things that I don't care about for an investigator. He has 0 persuasion skill, 0 command skill, 0 admin, and 0 science skill, and 2 apparent loyalty. But he has 9 investigation and 9 espionage. Like, from his skills alone, this guy has given me, like noir detective vibes, right? But noir detective with, like, absolutely no riz. So, you know, basically, just, you know, those detectives, really. I just love walking home and watching every day how, like, the construction thingies advances. Me too. I've talked about before, how there's a construction site kind of near my neighborhood. I'd love to just go by it on my way to the grocery and just, like, see how it's, like, coming along. It's just nifty. It's because they're worried about the government locking them in their walkable community. Oh my gosh, yeah. The paranoia, right? It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, it's easy, even if that is a concern, right? Of, like, a large-scale, like, government lockdown of an area, you know, for nefarious yet undescribed purposes. It's easier to do that when everybody's relying on roads and cars to get in everywhere. Because then you've just got a map of all the roads and you close them off. And it takes, like, 2 cop cars and, like, you know, if you're really worried about people trying to run it, you know, those little, tire traps that they can roll out. That's it. You could lock down whole neighborhoods by cutting off, you know, 2-3 roads. And, you know, people can't go anywhere without their cars, so what are they gonna do? Ever heard of a train bus? Maybe you even build a bike highway? I legit watched a building get built from the foundation. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. I love that. We love watching construction. What really makes this investigator interesting, though, is his traits. Affluence, not notable. Influence, opinion leaders, okay. But he's not being used for persuasion, so it's just free monthly income of influence. Not a big deal. He comes with government, that's very good. He's furtive, so his apparent loyalty will always be set to 2. That's why that's so low. Good to know. This is giving a plus to espionage, okay. He's undercover, so he's even harder to detect. So when they're trying to detect him, undercover partially offsets opinion leader, lone wolf. He's just got all of these, like, pluses to espionage. Yeah, here's another one. So he's actually, like, got a total positive when avoiding detection. Like, it's a +3 versus a -2, so it's like 10 espionage level when he's avoiding detection. Got security. He's just got, like, all of these, like, nifty little things. This is a problem. He won't perform missions in nations where unrest is 6 or higher. But that's okay. That's okay. You don't encounter that too often. But he's a quick learner. He's a quick learner, and that's really good. I think we want him. I think he's our guy. I don't think there's anybody else here. Yeah, there's nobody else here that stands out to me. So we are actually just gonna fire this, this counselor. Anshan, you've done an amazing job. You're really, you know, you're great for the program. I respect your work a lot. However, if you keep working with us, somebody's going to kill you. So for your own good.
Mission is a no-go.
We'll see you on the TV, buddy. We're gonna be bringing in Bakaroth Kumar? I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. That's okay. I saw how they dig the hole, build the foundation, saw how the building rose as they laid the bricks. I saw them laying the wires and cementing, and honestly, it's a nice looking building, and now thinking about it, it's really cool to think about. Construction's just nifty. It's the way something like that comes together from the foundation up is just like, it's just crazy to think about. All the little things that go into it. I definitely am not qualified to build a house. I wouldn't even think of all the little things they do. So it's just nifty. Interesting that he's now available to recruit. Hopefully we don't have to off him later. But we're gonna take this fellow. Welcome to the organization. And we'll put you to work. And also, I'm gonna say if anybody wants, we've just recruited this guy. I do want to try naming counselors after viewers. So if anybody is interested, our investigator, or really anybody else, we haven't named anybody. Everybody's up for grabs. If that is up anybody's alley, just let me know. Took me a few months, and each day I passed, just little things changed. It's just it's something new to look at whenever you go by. I really enjoy that too. Let's see. You could help with the purges here. I think we'll do that.
Targeting the opposition.
That'll be fine for now. Cool. We finally actually managed to take a turn. Oh, you'll take the Russian?
You'd be
Oh,
better off
Fedor.
surrendering than sitting around on your backsides waiting for supplies from home. If you don't know how to use what you find in the field, you've lost before you even begun. Colonel Hans Castillo, 5 moves ahead.
Oh, thank you, Colonel. Yeah, we'll give you Fedor in just a moment then. But first, we've got industrialization of space. Project Exodus continuing to lead in global research and now taking us towards electrothermal propulsion. Pretty nifty. There is almost no prospect of exploring, let alone settling, the further flung depths of our solar system until we can free ourselves from a dependence upon Earth-based supply lines. We must be able to produce all that we need for ships, colonies, and mining facilities locally, which is to say, in space, rather than solely upon a planet's surface. There's an abundance of minerals beyond Earth's orbit, some of which we can currently mine, and some of which we cannot. We now have plans for effective micro and zero-G factories that can function with a relatively minimal human presence, able to turn the raw materials of asteroids and moons into almost anything we might create on Earth, including more such factories, often at a fraction of the cost, but at many times the scale. Yet this is not only a matter of production, but also of trade and transport. Laws and treaties that dictate what is shared with whom, for what cost, and via which approved shipping routes. Space is no longer some cosmic frontier town. It is time that it became a thriving and essential part of our economy. This is very good. This is going to unlock the construction module, and is very likely to unlock improved maintenance procedures, which is super important to get. Very nifty. So when the turn rolls over, we'll go ahead and we'll rename Fedor. We'll have you in the game, Venus. Oh, good. And we did get improved maintenance procedures. So this is going to make it so that accidents are less likely to happen, and we're less likely to have cascading failures at our bases.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
And that's important. We would like that. Cataclysmic failure on a space station is
VLC
usually bad.
insecure.
Oh. Okay. So about that xenoflora, About that xenoflora that we've been trying to burn. It would appear that some of it we didn't quite get to in time. That's okay. This is Project Exodus territory. We don't super care. But alien megafauna is now rampaging through Dhaka. A massive grouping of alien and Earth megafauna is rampaging across the Dhaka region of Bangladesh, killing civilians and damaging infrastructure. Only a military intervention can stop it. Yeah, that's right, get the XCOM. Ruh-roh, Raggy. We found the monster. It's right here.
We've removed some threats.
Here, I'll slow it down so we can take a look. So this is one of the aliens' many tools against us. Oh, come on. Zoom in a little bit. When we're zoomed in this far, it's represented like that. It does look like Project Exodus is deploying their army to go fight it. This thing will rampage, destroying local infrastructure, killing the population, and generally making life terrible for the inhabitants of the region it appears in. And then if it's still alive when it's done, it will continue to wander. Which is bad. You don't love to see it. So this is spawned from alien life forms like this getting out of control. When they reach critical mass, they develop into these megafauna. It's nasty business. It's a way that the aliens can really mess up Earth without ever actually landing an invasion force on it. It softens up the planet. We don't love to see it.
Our associates are now in charge.
Hey, there we go. Oh, we immediately lost a point to the protectorate that we took. That's okay. That's okay. We'll keep
At your
working on this
service.
here. So we're gonna keep doing burns down there in the hopes of eventually making things work out
Removing our
in our
enemies.
favor.
Ready to go.
We don't have any forces available to deal with the megafauna. We don't have an alliance, I believe, with Bangladesh, yeah. So we can't move troops in. We can't send in the EU army. And frankly, I'm not particularly interested in doing so. They'll deal with it eventually. But I am willing to have our officer here help out and make sure that another one of these things does not spawn.
Taking it to them.
Just so that part of the world isn't totally screwed. That feels responsible. Can I set you up with some orgs, buddy? 'Cause that would be cool. You want Grom, but now you're maxed out on command. And we want you to get more admin, long run. Okay, good. We've got an admin org, so we can do something. We're gonna buff up our investigator a bit. So we're going to throw an admin org onto you. That will let you take the Xenon Information Group. Increase some of your stats a bit. So our operative... Now we can really specialize our operative into just like pure espionage. And that's gonna work out, I think, for us. So we can maybe take them down like the criminal path and stuff. Focus them more on espionage and move some of these investigation. Like Dorado here, we might be able to move over. Yeah. So take Windelia. I mean, Dorado works on you too. Yeah, transfer it. We're just gonna stack investigation on the investigator. Believe it or not, that's the plan. And get somebody who can do like really good crackdowns out of it, I think is the plan. And then you can hold on to Tellus so it starts making us money again. Good, good, good. We can now transfer the main intelligence directorate as well to our investigator, right? Oh, we don't have the resources. We need more influence to make that transfer happen. That's okay. We'll do that when we get 50 influence. That'll be well suited for them. Anything else you want to hand over that you've been hanging on to, buddy? Not really. But Fedor here needs to be named. So you are going to be Venus Flow, and you don't have a family anymore. Wait, can I can't remove it. Well, we'll just give you... I'll keep you with the last name then for now, because I can't think of what I want to do to fix that. So, Venus Flow, welcome. Welcome to the council. Good to have you. We expect great things. Do Flo as family? That's a good idea. Can do. There we go. Yeah, you got promoted. You're now a Russian politician. Congratulations. Just what you always wanted to be, I'm sure. Alrighty. I think we want to do a crackdown here, maybe? Yeah. Let's see, we want to crack this down. Is it worth throwing influence at? No. You know what could also work? Absolutely. Man, I always wanted to do Russian politics. Couldn't be so hard, right? Yeah, just throw some money at the right people. And not the wrong people, I'll forewarn you. Here, you can just go purge Bulgaria.
Dominating the opposition.
Do that for the moment. And that looks decent for a turn. Yeah, it seems okay. Oh, we're starting to go over our control point cap again. Are we gonna be able to merge something soon? Yes. Yes is the answer. No is the answer, actually. Never mind. I am wrong. What about Spain? They're allies. They also need to be federated. They could cede territory to the EU. Wait, do we have a claim on Madrid? We do. Maybe I need to chill, actually. Maybe abandon Greece for now? That'll do. Oh, Ukraine is gone. Yeah, Ukraine was peacefully integrated with Russia. And that's not a joke, it actually was. The Academy
We're winning their hearts and
stopped
minds.
the war.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
and then peacefully
By the
integrated
numbers.
them.
Our people have taken control.
There we go.
We
That's
are in control
executive
here.
control of a couple more countries. I'll roll with that. Knocking the protectorate out of Poland is not an immediate priority. Oh. Oh boy. In the end, Putin won, even after he was probably hanged somewhere, but yeah, I think we established that he got abducted by aliens, actually. um, so maybe that has something to do with it. Oh, hello, Skeleton. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I hope that you're doing well. Oh gosh, we just got some bad news, everybody. Usually we skip right over all of these alliance ending things because they're not a very big deal. This is actually a big change to our situation. The United States of America, under the control of the Initiative, and the European Union have ended their alliance. They got nukes. Oh yeah, America's got nukes. And we are no longer allied. Now, that doesn't mean that they've set us as a rival, hopefully. Yeah, we're not rivaled yet, but they... Yeah, they're no longer our friends. Not necessarily such a bad thing, in my opinion. It's Europe against the world. That's one take. That's maybe the more positive take. Let's see. Our crackdown on ourselves in the southern Balkan states has expired. Soon we can bring them in, later this month. I need to do more crackdowns on myself, though. Probably the same place again. That'll be fine. Send me to Russia and I'll nuke America. We've got nukes. We've got a couple. Five strategic barrages, which is a lot. I think that means that we're the third largest nuclear power in the world. So that's okay. You know. Yeah, UK and France had nukes, and we have combined those nuclear stockpiles. Yep, and we got Northern Ireland in. So we've got a united Ireland under the European Union. Send you to Russia. You know, subverting Russia. I don't think we have the limit, the control point limit to do so right now. But soon. Soon. We may not use those nukes to nuke America. We may just bring them into the greater EU and call it a day. Time to make all of Europe drunk. Or are you gonna start exporting cheap alcohol to all of the EU?
Where to?
I think we'll be into that. I mean, we've got Germany, right? They'll enjoy it. Oh, this is Crackdown too. I guess we can just take Poland.
Terminating the opposition.
At your service.
Just snatch that up real quick.
Standing by.
Huh. Well. Or maybe make it a Eurasian Union instead. Yeah, we've got some options, don't we? I think eventually we want to stretch out as far as we can with Mega Europe, but for the moment, we have our limits. Let's see. You have no persuasion. No Riz. I'm just gonna have you do some investigations. I want to know who this is. I
Initiating
think this
surveillance.
is like a protectorate agent,
Reporting in.
but I'm not sure, and I would like to find out. The Indian army is currently fighting the megafauna. They are currently losing badly. Good luck to the Indian army. I wish them the very best. I hope that they eventually learn that Project Exodus are the ones that neglected their duties and allowed this to happen in the first place. I'll try and keep helping out, though. We'll do some surveillance. Yeah,
Initiating surveillance.
Try to find some more of that not megafauna, some of that alien flora. Wait, aren't the regions mostly split up due to like their history? I mean, yeah, more or less. You know for a fact that the internet will make an SFW art of an alien monster? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that in this timeline there is a bunch of art of this creature. In our timeline there could be art of this creature, but I don't know how I don't know how the Terra Invicta community is, so maybe. the bug thing beyond India, it's this. It's an alien megafauna, spawned from, an overgrowth, a critical mass of alien flora. It's a nasty piece of work. I don't think that this one is that skeleton. I think that it's more interested in destroying local infrastructure, than the other things that it could be destroying, you know? I could imagine it has tentacles. I'm just gonna confirm this
Setting a
term.
watch.
Let's see, yep, we just found a bunch more of this gunk over here. So...
We've got some intel on our target.
And then we purge. If it's not a loot or friend alien, then we purge. That's, well, we know what... you know, we know what your, interest in the aliens is, then.
The people will come to our side. Public opinion is moving in our direction.
With fired plasma, that's right. Okay.
We're in control
I think
here.
the full Indian army has arrived and has gotten to work on the situation. And we found this same... Oh. Oh, well, that's good. Global listening network is completed. We'll have a little bit of an easier time finding the aliens. But, interesting. We found that same evangelist that keeps popping up. Commander, we can't hit the alien because we got distracted by their thickness. Oh no. Oh no. Quick, send some images to the labs for analysis. We'll try and find a weakness. Oh my goodness. Let's see, we could do alien origin. That's probably what we need to do next, right? Yeah. Space dock. Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to go alien origin next, because we've been dragging our feet on that. Then maybe we need improved maintenance procedures at some point. Let's get to work on this. This has been available so long, it's like an objective for us to complete, and we just haven't done it. Oh no. Of course you're all into the aliens. Well, we're playing the wrong faction to be into the aliens. We're supposed to be resisting them. That's our whole job.
Going in hot.
You
Ready
all
for
need to
my
get on
mission.
the same page. This is important work we're doing.
Ready to go.
Alrighty. Poland is secured. The Polish economy got ruined by something. Maybe me. I was running spoils in Poland for a long time when it was under enemy control, so we'll have to prioritize the rebuild a little bit. Can maintain your knowledge. But do some mission control and we'll call it good. Maybe we just shouldn't resist. Gosh. Listen, we've already established there are no hot snake aliens. It's all a
Your
trap.
orders?
It's a lie.
Your orders?
Ready for orders.
Oh, we could go sabotage a project. Let's go check in on our friends in the servants. Run a little mission against them.
I'm going in.
Where to?
And then Venus, I think we're gonna have you start... I think I need you to defend our interests in a few places.
Protecting our interests.
Standing by.
Good.
Ready for orders.
This seems okay. If you took a full ops team in. Ooh. Stop crushing my dreams. Why you stop us? I mean, I may share your feelings on the matter in a broader, hypothetical sense. However, as the commander of the resistance, you know, I've got some appearances to maintain, right? Gosh, we could just go after this guy.
We'll grab them.
Yeah, we'll grab him. Especially if I give you the main intelligence director, that should be way easier for you. This is a good research org. We'll hand to somebody, probably you. Nice and cheap. What about this one? It's Swedish, we can't take it. No one would have to know the truth. Well... Well, when you put it that way... Let's see, put a little bit more into your military. And how's the EU doing? We're becoming pretty polarized. That's less than ideal. That's not ideal. We're continuing to try and drop inequality, which should help in the long run. But it is having a negative impact on things. Let's drop back our boost funding a bit. No, this seems like a great time to say hey. Oh, hello, another Twitch user. Yes, it does seem like a great time to stop it and say hey. Welcome, welcome. I hope that you're doing well. I promise we're not usually like this. I don't know what got into them. We came over here and we looked at an alien and I lost control of the situation. Here for the spicy geopolitics? Good, good, good. Well, we should have plenty of that. Things are shaping up a bit. Just figuring out how I want to handle this situation in the EU. I need to get this cohesion up. I don't want to spend on unity. But maybe I should. Or maybe I know that it'll fix itself if I really drop inequality. Sure. We'll do that for now. It looked like something from that Monsters film, I think it was called. Oh yeah, this over here. Yeah. Oh gosh, it is a cool design though. I'm not saying that as a euphemism, I'm just saying that that's a cool design. I mean, the thing has like mandibles and stuff. Nifty. A great movie. Alright, I think we're ready to confirm assignments here. I need to pick a country to crack down. It's gonna be you. Congratulations, Bulgaria. You are not my priority. There. That should be more
Securing our
tolerable.
control. Securing our control.
Sort of about aliens, but also not. Ah, I see, I see. Let's see, can we get this sabotage on?
Target secured.
Oh, even better. We just managed to snag ourselves a politician, folks. Oh, Skelly. You know, I think that I hate to break it to you. I think that it's a plant. I think it's a plant. I don't think it's got those. I don't think it's actually, I don't think that's possible. I hate to crush your dreams, but I hope the mag is consensual. I don't think this politician's into it, but that's not what we're up to. We have managed to capture a protectorate politician, interrupted their purge mission. Take me there. What they're up to? Okay, well, we protected Eritrea. Not really our concern, but they got lucky. Outpost mining is up on the moon. Very good.
They won't know what hit him.
Wow. These projects suck.
Information is our greatest weapon, bar none. If we know enough about what we're fighting and where, we can win wars before even a single shot has been fired. Commander Fiona Ayawade, data in the shadow of war.
Thank you, Commander. You all seem... Venus and Skelly, you both seem really... really, bent out of shape over learning that this alien's just a giant plant. I'm sorry that I had to break the bad news to you. But this is augmented reality, and this is a very, very good tech. This leads to very many fun things. So as it says, AR distinguishes itself from its virtual counterpart in that it overlays digital information and imagery onto a real-world environment, essentially annotating reality. Its potential applications include marketing, cross-culture communication, navigation, and even soldiers understanding the lie of the land and the capabilities of the foes they face with but a glance. In short, AR is the bright promise of instant access to all human knowledge in any given situation. As we devise new forms of wearable technology and refine the algorithms that drive them, so too can we expand the uses of AR to better prepare our military, keep our populace both informed and entertained, and more rapidly train the coming generation of space travelers. This is going to lead to some fun stuff down the line. Augmented learning is good, augmented combat training is going to help out. It's good. I'm glad that Project Exodus decided to work on this. They're doing vacuum electrostatic principles now, which is far less exciting, but... shrug. Also, tacky digital wallpaper for your overpriced small apartment. Rejoice, citizens. No, you're so right, though. This is gonna get capitalized on so much. Like, instead of having, like, actually, like, putting up a real wallpaper, it's just gonna be, like, the digital augmented one. Is there augmented unionizing? Augmented union cards, they're coming soon. That's the application of this technology they don't want you to know. Pop-ups everywhere? Literally. Did you hear there's research being done for gravity manipulation? Probably nothing directly. Probably nothing directly. I mean, I'm sure that there's always research ongoing, but what's up with that? If you want to give us a brief synopsis, that sounds nifty. I mean, of course it would have tons of application, but like, what are they actually trying to do right now? Because I know we're like way out from having any kind of like actual control. Talking about pop-ups, YouTube ads been so annoying, it's made me get an ad blocker. I respect it.
Target secured.
Yeah, YouTube ads have just been wild here for a bit now. Just like try to load up the video and it's just like, all right, for my 20-second video, I got 2 minutes of ads. Let's go. Can't wait. Alrighty. Alright, we've got a bunch of boost. I want to check on the Mars operation. Can we get anything going out here? Soon, DM. Actually, very soon. Very soon. Alright. So we need about 130 probably in order to also get the collectors. Oh, actually I wanted to build a vision pile. That may change things. Yeah, you might want to slow down a bit. Skeleton, though. Venus has a very good point. So that you're comprehensible and not filling the chat with everything. That would be much to my preference as well, if that's okay. Yeah, oh ads, where would we be without you? Somewhere better, I am sure.
Reporting in.
Let's see.
Reporting in.
Let's see.
What's the up?
Just keep doing burns.
We're going in.
Ready for my mission.
And try to control things a little bit better. With our control point cap, I think is mostly what we're up to now. Yeah, I can understand that, Skelly, though. I mean, this is this is a chat, not a not a college paper. You don't have to stress out too much. I'm not going anywhere too quickly. So let's see. Oh, we detained the guy. Where is he? Right over here. So I wanted to take a look at this politician, actually. Like, we know that they're... Oh my goodness. Okay, so this guy's loaded up on orgs, actually. Oh, we just hit the jackpot on this guy. If I could get somebody with hostile takeover over here. Oh, this is exciting, actually. Some of these are really good. Especially these first few. Alright. Time to take this guy for all he's worth, I think. Where is my hostile takeover person?
Ready to go.
Is it you? I've got one person that can do it, right?
Your orders?
You. Okay. Oof. But you have so little admin skill, it hardly matters. Even though they're detained. Okay. Never mind. Change of plans. Change of plans.
They won't see me coming.
Acknowledged.
If it's that much skeleton, maybe... Yeah, probably the Discord's the better spot for it. Probably the Discord is the much better spot for that. I'm not sure... Gosh, where should you throw that? Maybe, that off-topic area that we made? If that works for you, we can look at that, later. Probably I'll just look at it after stream.
Standing by for orders.
Though, even there, I would caution against spamming it too terribly much. We do want it to stay usable.
Acknowledged. At your service.
Acknowledged.
Yes. We're gonna send Venus over here to defend
Making things
interests.
safe for our people.
What's the op? Ready.
I'm not sure what else my people are doing.
Ready to go.
Probably keep this guy detained to make sure the assassination goes through.
Standing by for orders.
And then I think I might be able to get a federation. Oh, we can. Okay, that's something we can be doing.
Heading to the capital.
And that'll work. How far off is our 6th counselor? That's a fine question. Is the research project huge? I think it's pretty substantial, but I also don't know that we even actually have it unlocked yet. No, we haven't done the tech for it. Let me find this and I'm gonna go open the tech tree. Alright. If I remember, it's under some space tech, right? Just started playing yesterday. Yeah, I was looking in the tree. Yes. Oh, so you've just started. How was your time with Terra Invicta been? It's a lovely, lovely game. Let's see. It's somewhere... This thing is so hard to read. This tech tree. I know it's like soon, relatively. I feel like it's, gosh. Amazing, it's so good. The full tree, yeah, this is the fake tree. I dare not open the full tree. We'd be here forever. Maybe I'd do a search. I'd probably do a search in a moment. I read the 3-body problem a few years ago, and this game is totally on that scale. Good, good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am struggling to remember what tech actually gives this to us. Extended space survival? No. Arrival culture? No. Maybe? I'm gonna open up. This is a very good thing to know. Let's see, what's the name of the tech? It tells us. Covert operations. We'll find it. We'll find it. Full search. Covert operations. Quantum encryption? Here it is. Okay. I was completely looking in the wrong part of this tree. We need quantum encryption. Encryption. I did not mean to read it that way. So that is photonic computing, advanced atomic manipulation, quantum computing, quantum encryption. So we are a long ways away from that just in global research. Oof. How hard it is to turn other agents? Is that a quicker route to a sixth? So turning enemy agents doesn't give them to you to control. You can set a threshold that they will automatically fail their missions. And oh god. No, I didn't mean to uwu speak. It wasn't. I just. Oh no. None of you are ever gonna let me live that down, huh? Oh no. But when it comes to turning enemy counselors, they don't become yours to use. They kind of just become a mole in the enemy organization. So you get, like, full intel on the organization so long as they aren't discovered. And you can set the failure rate. So you can say that, yeah, if you attempt a mission with less than, say, a 70% chance to succeed, you auto-fail it. Yeah. I thought it would be more like that too, another Twitch user. It's just kind of, it's really very useful for keeping tabs on an organization that you want to be able to consistently harass. So, pretty nifty. Does anyone know how to clip? I believe there should be a button somewhere for it. If Grim was here, oh gosh. Grim would have been
Securing
right
our
on it.
interests.
Makes sense, no full double agents. Exactly. And if your own agents get turned, by the way, it's not an automatic loss. You can run the Inspire mission.
We've got the package.
On your own agents. Okay, good. We're holding them. And
Target down.
we're not holding him. There we go. That's a protectorate agent dead. That is our first assassination of the game. But if your own agents get turned into moles, you can use the Inspire mission against them to flip them back. So if they do manage to turn, like, your super agent, and you don't want to just fire them, there's still a way of fixing it. Oh, you found a way to filter through. Oh, I see. So after you capture, can you detain also for interrogation or whatever? So capturing, actually what we did there.
Prepping for the next mission.
Not with our assassin.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
But when our investigator detained, we got intel, and actually we should look at it. We got intel on that agent, and we should have gotten some info. Yeah. on what's going on with our friends, the Protectorate. So now you can see we know nothing about Academy Tech, Exodus. We know about the servants because we keep infiltrating their labs, but don't worry about that. But most of these groups that have any kind of like security, we don't actually know much about them. But we managed to detain that agent, and so we got like full intel on all of their technology. Is it just release or execute? Yeah, so you detaining them makes them more vulnerable to many mission types, including the assassination, of course. But it just automatically gets intel for you. Also makes them more vulnerable to being turned, by the way. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, we know the servants are asses. That's right. Oh, I see, Skeleton. Are these the facts that you wanted to share? We should probably still throw those in the Discord rather than here. If you want to throw that into the off-topic area, if that's okay. I also noticed you can see the owned orgs of an agent when you contact them. So when you contact their organization, you can see all of the owned orgs for negotiating purposes. And when we detained this guy, as part of our intel on him, we got to learn what orgs he had, which was pretty darn good. Yeah, swapsies and stuff. Oh, thank you, Skeleton. But yeah, that's just kind of how that ends up working out. Unfortunately, we weren't able to take those orgs, because we don't actually have somebody who's any good at admin who can do hostile takeover. That was an oversight of mine. We'll have to get somebody ready to do that in the future. This is a really good project. Augmented combat training. We'll be doing that in the future, to help out our military stuff. So, NI has an 8 bill. Oh, Northern Ireland has an 8 billion trade deficit. Oh, I see. Talking about Skeleton's little facts. Oh, thank you, Skelly. Yes, and a boop for you too. Oh. Yeah, there was an alien in Europe, huh? In fact, we may just have found one. We have new reports of returned abductees in the Warsaw region of Poland. Their relatives say they are behaving strangely and saying the aliens are peaceful and here to help humanity. Our analysts believe this is a sign the aliens are attempting to gain influence by shifting public opinion in favor of the servants. We're getting on this fellow's tail. I think this is the alien. Federate Spain. Then we'll have you federate the other one. That's just country polls, don't worry about it. They're like that. Oh, they've merged Belarus.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Yeah, actually, analysts, you're wrong. That's just Poland. Just leave them be. Don't follow up on this tip. Alright. But really, we want to kill an alien, and this is our opportunity. So let's make sure we have you stacked with as much investigation skill as possible. Which we may not be able to do any more of, but let me check. We don't have the influence for the Directorate General, though I'd like to. Does anybody else have good orgs for ya? Don't kill the lewd one, please. Oh, welcome back, Venus. I'm sorry. I keep telling you though. We're not playing an alien-loving faction. We're playing a murder the aliens faction. I mean, is it really murder if they're invading us though? That's just playing with words really at that point. Here, let's give you some more admin. Some income organizations we could snatch up. Go ahead and do that. We're just asserting ourselves, not genocidal. That's right, that's right. Yeah, we're not genocidal. We're no humanity first. We're here to just make sure that the aliens, you know, don't screw over humanity. And everything will be chill. Take some orgs to help us make some money in the short term. We can maybe move the government communications headquarters over, or Interpol. Actually, that's what I want to do. I want to give this investigator Interpol. How do I do that? How do I swing that and make that work? The answer is that I don't. Not until we get some more admin skill on them. Unless I can? Unless I can. Unless I can pull it off. Yeah. I think Venus, you and Coffee have some different ideas regarding what that means. How do you see the admin costs of orgs? Oh, it's just the star value, actually. So 1 star means that it eats up 1 admin. 2 stars means 2 admin. 3 stars is 3. And then individual orgs count against the total orgs allowed. So every org is worth the same here. Actually, I heard of Interpol a lot. What is it? I would guess Interpol stands for International Police. Yeah, it does. Interpol, I mean, is essentially an international police like organization. They handle the enforcement of international law, you know, extradition, extradition, I pronounced that right, of like international criminals and stuff. Interpol are a great band also. Yeah. Prefer the band over the actual organization, but so it goes, so it goes. But yeah, they are, that's just kind of what they do, I guess. I'm trying to find, I'm just scrolling through here. I could steal Columba Holdings from you. I could. I do not want this alien getting away. This is an expensive thing to do, to shuffle my orgs like this. But I'm gonna do it. Where's Interpol? I'm blind. Here's Interpol. Let's hope I can get you transferred. I can. Good. And that's gonna buff. That's gonna buff this agent up to 14 investigation. Very, very good. We gotta trail this fellow. In fact, I'm gonna give you a small ops team, just to be sure.
We'll see what they're up to.
Like a very small one. It doesn't seem like you need it. So, Interpol could just pull up to Hooten's house and arrest him? No, not quite. Let's see, well, it's where jurisdiction applies, I expect, the signatories, and there's a level of compliance. It's like what another Twitch user says. But also, international law is messy. International law is not law in the traditional sense, right? It's like maritime law. Yeah. International law is usually born from treaty organizations or just specific treaties. It doesn't actually apply universally. It's only between signatories of the treaties, broadly. Not always. There's actually a very interesting precedent there with the foundation of modern international law in the Nuremberg trials, actually. It goes all the way back to there. Oh gosh, I'm gonna rant about international law. This is something I studied in school, actually. It's actually really, really cool. But international law isn't monolithic. It's not like, say you're from the United States, right? And you break federal law. Federal law, is, of course, applies across the United States, and the federal government has organizations, bureaucratic, police, different enforcement agencies, right, which will deal with you for that. However the government thinks that should be handled, right? Enforcement is done by the creator of the law. Same at, the state, or maybe if you're in Canada or other places, the provincial level law or state level law is handled similarly, right? It is made and enforced by the state or the province you're talking about, right? International law is a bit different. And that's why I kind of said that it doesn't quite. Damn, do Quebec? Yeah, Quebec is funny, isn't it? They're up here and they're kind of funny. Is the separatist movement handled in this game? I think that there might be an independence movement for them. I think there might be an independence movement for Quebec. That you can form, so that's fun. Oh yeah, thank you, Venus, confirming it. That is a thing. I'm not making that up. So international law is interesting because it is neither made nor it is not made by the organizations that often end up enforcing it or having to handle enforcement. There is a dream. There is a dream and maybe a bit of an image that some people have of international law organizations like the International Criminal Courts and Interpol and groups like that, where it's a kind of a supreme law, right? But in truth, it usually is treated as being lesser than law created by sovereign countries, right? If, say, again, here's another great example, say the United States is a signatory to a treaty that establishes some rules of war, right? And say the United States then has individuals within itself, right, within its military, that break those rules of war, right? This is a breach of international wartime law, is what you would call that. The United States will not extradite those soldiers, right? They will not try them in an international court, and oftentimes they will not even enforce those treaty obligations. In fact, the United States has specifically not signed many international law treaties including regarding international law in general, wartime law especially, because it does not want to be bound by those obligations. It views it as being an infringement upon its sovereignty. It's the American right to do war crimes. It is U.S. policy. It is standing declared U.S. policy that no American citizen should be tried in The Hague. There are... Now, I don't know that this is realistic. The right to invade people's land. Exactly. Don't tell me I had to fight. Yeah, the US is a particularly belligerent example, but also I think a very important one for understanding where international law stands in the world. Now, my opinion on this, I will note, while it is part of what I studied in college, it is not the only opinion on international law that exists in academics. I will admit that mine is perhaps a little bit fringe. Take it with a grain of salt, right? I encourage you to be critical. America, I think, is a great example to start off with because it is so strong. Just from a geopolitical standpoint, nobody can really pressure the United States, reasonably speaking, into giving up war criminals. Right? Uncle Sam has detected oil. What do? Be freedomized or be liberated? I mean, exactly. A young nation, it's an honest standpoint. You know, I mean, it can be a bit ghoulish, but yeah, I mean, it is honest. So when you have war criminals like Bush, right? Or other people who have blatantly committed violations of generally accepted international law principles, which is itself a bit of a soft kind of system. We'll talk about that in a moment. I'm sorry, this has turned into me lecturing about international law. We'll get through it, just give me a few minutes. I hope this is not bothersome. In order to get a criminal extradited to a court, they need to be given up by the country that they are in, right? I mean, that's a practical thing. Alright, that's true for anything. You know, that's even true, like, you know, for just moving jurisdictions, even when you're not talking internationally. But when it gets to the international level, there's a big question that comes up, is the sovereignty question. Right? If America gives up an American citizen to an international court, is that an infringement on American sovereignty? The answer of our State Department is yes. Again, not saying that that's correct, not saying that that's right. It's an interesting theoretical question, but that's the idea. Why America can get away with it is because nobody can touch them. Because there are many other situations, including very many high-profile and foundational cases in international law, where countries were made to give up, even high-level leaders. Which is what brings us to the foundation of modern international law, which is the Nuremberg trials, right? We've all heard of them. Again, if anybody's not recognizing the name, no shame. It is the trials of Nazi leadership, and, well, just Nazis in general, not just leadership, really, at the end of World War II. So, hopefully we know it, hopefully we're familiar. This is marked in the history books not only as a very important moment at the end of the World War and the defeat of the Nazis, right? Very important just for that, but also because of its divergence from how we usually handled victory in war, right? If you take a moment to think about it, it's kind of odd. Before this, including World War I, which is also a pretty major conflict, we didn't put leaders on trial, right? That wasn't normal. That was a breach of international norms at the time. Not, of course, not saying that is a bad thing, just historic context-wise, that it was unusual. Trying German leaders for crimes against unwritten law was also an unusual but important precedent. There were no treaties that Germany was signed to that made anything that they did illegal. Now, legality is not a measure of morality, right? Yes, exactly, another Twitch user. Armies were defeated, not leaders, right? People went out and did the dying, and kings sat back on their thrones, right? Especially in the European context, which is absolutely where we're focusing the discussion, because there's a lot of international law history that happens in other parts of the world, which is fascinating. But in the European context, that, you know, you didn't put leaders on trials. On trial, yeah. And the part of this was just that there wasn't a tradition of international law. Arguably, there's also a very realpolitik reason, which is that you don't want someone to turn around and put you on trial, right? Oh, the French did. Yes, the French had a more unique take on the situation, for sure. So, Nuremberg. You've got leaders of a country that has been defeated in war. They have no choice but to hand over their leadership, and whoever else, right? Again, it wasn't just a trial of Nazi leadership. That was also a very interesting concept at the time, that participants in general in the crimes were held accountable, essentially. But these weren't written laws that were violated. It wasn't a treaty that was broken that the trial was being held over. These were more broad concepts. And it wasn't just like, you know, less trial and more kangaroo court. You know, and there was a strong effort to avoid it being a kangaroo court. Or at least to get rid of the perception. There are some legal scholars who still argue that, yeah, it was a foregone conclusion, right? That the results of the trial were a foregone conclusion, but that the way it was executed still set a very interesting precedent. There was developed from Nuremberg an entire body of law that was used to justify the execution of Nazi war criminals, to declare them as war criminals, to declare them as the genocidal maniacs that they were, not just in a rhetorical sense, but in a legally actionable sense. Right? Yes, and that's a very valid take, another Twitch user. And, you know, there's definitely a lot of scholarly debate on the subject. How much was PR, how much was a genuine interest in establishing an international body of law? From the primary sources, I don't think that a lot of people really understood quite what the far-reaching consequences would be. I'd argue, though, I think it went in a pretty good direction, right? Something new was created out of it. While the Nuremberg court was closed at the end of its trials, its legacy lived on. And in fact, that is the general structure of international law, is international criminal courts, lowercase, there is an international criminal court, uppercase, also, are usually opened, right, for specific situations. Civil wars, specific genocides. There was a court opened for the Rwandan genocide. There was a court opened for the whole mess that happened down here, right, in the Balkans. And depending on the amount of national support they were lent, political, financial, it's not very well highlighted, but also military at times. I'm not talking full-blown armies, but like security, opportunities to actually bring in and like arrest, you know, people who they wanted to bring to trial. Depending on how many resources they were lent, these courts have historically faced wildly different levels of success. Yeah, people needed formal closure on the events. Exactly. That is one of the philosophies for why international law is so important. I think there's a large grouping of scholars that understand that international law does not supersede sovereignty. Right? I mean, that's just fact, really. It's a pipe dream to think that it is or will in our lifetimes. That it will supersede the sovereignty of a state that has not already had its sovereignty compromised, right? By losing a war, for example. But rather that it is an important healing tool for countries that have been through national trauma, right? Wish it was more proactive and less reactionary? It's a major critique of the system. It is extremely reactionary. It is almost entirely focused around responding rather than attempting to prevent issues from occurring. How that is fixed, I couldn't begin to imagine, but that's definitely an issue that has been brought up. I had a professor who worked on the case to bring in one of the more infamous Serbian warlords during the Balkan crisis and genocides. And we got a pretty detailed account of what that was like. And essentially, and this account I think sums up the position of international law in the world. Because you would think with most criminals, right? I'm also more for empowering international laws, TPH, like the UN should be able to act independently. Yep, I think there's definitely a dream of stronger international law. I think this story demonstrates the current reality well, because when you think of most criminals being on the run, right, or at large, you think hidden, right, or maybe in a place that refuses to extradite, you know, that kind of deal, usually hidden. But this guy, whose name is slipping me, like a general, like this was a big time general, would be on camera, on TV, going, you know, on planes, like going to diplomatic, you know, meetings and stuff with other countries, other heads of state. Like, they knew where he was at pretty much all times. Oh, you have a lovely night, Venus. You sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hope you had a good time. So, you know, this guy was very high profile. He was not hidden. You would think that given that he was a blatant war criminal, that he'd be easy to bring in. But it's against diplomatic norms to hand over another country's citizens, right? Especially another country's politicians, another country's generals, right? It's against diplomatic norms. Nobody would hand him over. Alright? It was only when he happened to be flying to a country that he thought was going to be safe, right? That then suddenly decided, actually, nah, screw this guy in particular, and refused to recognize his arrival on their soil so that International Criminal Court agents could go snag him. That is the only reason they were able to bring him in. Is because one country, essentially one, I mean, they wouldn't necessarily call it a State Department, but, one State Department decided, actually, we're not going to entertain a war criminal today. They had no enforcement power without that. This is a really interesting conversation. This is why I love watching your streams. Oh, thank you. I'm glad it's not too bothersome. I know I get easily distracted and go on long rants like this. It do happen. But I'm glad it's entertaining. But yeah, honestly, that's mostly it. I think that pretty well demonstrates the issue with international law in the modern context. It has no teeth. It has no teeth whatsoever. It is completely beholden to its controllers, which is, UN Security Council, if you're dealing with UN-focused national law. That's why, that's why you'll never see any kind of major trials or any kind of trials against Russia, right? Just the big, powerful countries just have the power to block and control the law to their whim. Seems fitting for the game. It's essentially air pie backed with NFTs. Oh, it's honestly more fun for me than the more vapid streams. Oh, well. I'm glad I'm not too vapid. I may have a couple brain cells knocking around in this head. Occasionally they come together and they say something decent. So we live for those moments where the brain works properly. But I think I think that's pretty much it for my rant/lecture on international law. So thank you for attending this session of International Law 101 with me, your professor. And we'll have a little quiz on this Friday, but don't worry, we allow retakes. We allow retakes, and there will be a study guide. I'll put that on the class Canvas page later. Let's get back to some alien hunting. Exactly. I think I'm ready to do a little alien hunting myself. Myself is maybe not the word I should put at the end of that. That implies that I'm actually going to go out and hunt aliens. That would be a little psychotic, maybe.
Head into the LC.
Where do you need me?
You did more than most international courts in this 30-minute lecture. I mean, so true, though. So true. We had a crash course in international law, and what we learned was... Oh. I'm waiting to see. What did we learn? What? If you're gonna be a criminal, be one everywhere? That's one lesson you could take away from this, for sure. If you're gonna be a criminal, don't go somewhere where they'll extradite you. That's my lesson to you. Alright, so we're gonna be running an investigation on this suspected alien. Getting back over to the geopolitics simulator, definitely a much lighter subject as we subvert national governments to our will. In order to hunt this thing down, we need our investigator to make things happen. That's gonna be okay. Right, that's fine. I'm gonna need somebody...
Reporting in.
Probably our operative to investigate this activity.
Your orders.
And Venus, I don't know what you're doing, buddy. Nah, I don't really know what you're up to. I kind of want to break into the Baltic states, but I don't have the. I mean, I just don't have the command point management capacity to like make any major breakthroughs anywhere. I think I need to chill on that. I think I just need to consolidate my position. So in that case, public campaign? Oh, I did not mean to select the army. Yeah, do some public campaigning in the EU. Yeah.
We
Keep it
must
secure.
persuade the people.
That's probably a turn. You know what's the worst? Oh, what is? Did you start the management
Person
research,
of
or you're
interest
holding off
surveilled.
on that for now? Oh. We've done some management research. I don't remember. I think I've done one level of the repeatable. Oh, when your pets are depressed because your girlfriend went out of town. Oh gosh, that does sound like the worst. Also, just to have a partner out of town is terrible in and of itself. It's like 500 cap points. Ah, that's bad. Yeah, the poor little floofs. But important news. My hunch was right. Our first direct sighting of an alien operative. Agents for the Resistance have positively identified an intelligence alien operative in the Warsaw region of Poland. We may attempt to target this being with missions before it goes into hiding. Very, very good. We're gonna keep this guy investigating. Keep a tail on that thing, and we gotta put
The
together a
people will
strike
come
team and
to
bring
our
it down.
side.
Like, I'm currently stuck between two cats while typing with one hand. The other is petting. Aww. Aww. Gosh. You're making me want a cat even more. You know that? I think I mentioned earlier, Kit is wanting to get a cat. My roommate. I've resisted for a long time. But, like, I don't know, it could be nice, couldn't it? Have a little fella. He could hang out. I don't want it to be my cat. I don't want to be responsible for it, but I want the benefits of having a cat in the house, which means petting it. Petting it and getting to play with it. I think that would be good for me, honestly. The only problem is they just mostly look after themselves. Yeah, I think it's the right kind of pet for Kit. Kit isn't always the best at cleaning things up and taking care of things, in my opinion. So a more independent animal, I think, is pretty good. That's mostly what I'm worried about, is like him actually keeping on top of it. Like, it's not his fault. It's not like he's totally irresponsible. He's, you know, I've got the TISM covered in this house, and he's got the ADHD, so we got the full spread going on here. Oh. Uh-oh. Animosity between the Eurasian Union and the United States of America is seeping through to Venus Flo and Paul Hinojosa's professional relationship. These are two... This is good. This is good. This is good roleplay content, because there are original agents. One from America, an American diplomat and a Russian politician were working together for us, and we were like, that's some kind of rivalry right there. I had this earlier with two of my top agents. It's like Archer. It is, it is. I had a wild thing types up and that's I'm gonna be perfectly honest, Skeleton. And maybe it's because I'm a little dumb. But I'm reading the words and I'm not understanding what they mean. Would you be willing to rephrase a little bit for me? Sorry, I'm a little dumb. But even though our cause is explicitly a multinational one, it's not always easy for old habits and ways of thinking to be forgotten overnight. Now, when humanity should be coming together under the banner of the Resistance, these two are at each other's throats, yet they are merely reflecting the popular sentiments in their home nations. We don't have the resources to just get them to go along with it. Oh, you were typing up an idea and deleted all the stuff you had typed up? Oof. I see. Huh. Could it have been that the bot got you? For something very long? I don't remember if... I thought I turned that off. I like my paragraphs in chat. I like reading. I'll check on that. You know, here, I'm gonna make a note. Because we got the Twitch built-in protection, right, for chat, like the Twitch auto mod. And then we also just put this new bot in place, the Stream Elements one. And they both have their own moderation settings. I'll look into it. If it's a problem on that side, that's not intended behavior, and I'll look into it. Here, let me make a note here. Check auto mod. If it's not a problem at our end, then oof, I'm quite sorry. But, oh gosh, yeah, the 3.4k cash, 340 influence is just beyond our means right now. This is like the good option. Everything else is pick your poison. Interesting. So this is the Eurasian Union. This is Russia. There's no way we're getting into the United States. Honestly? You know, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt Paul's loyalty. We'll have to work on fixing that over time. But getting a big jump in our popularity in the Eurasian Union could be pretty good for the future. Because we do want to break in here. We do want to break into the Eurasian Union at some point. So sure, we need Venus Flow and the Eurasian Union behind us right now.
Policy direction complete.
We're gonna federate you. Very good.
Target destroyed.
Another successful burn. How much did this?
We found something.
That was pretty good. That's a lot of public opinion we just gained here. Awesome. That's gonna put us moving in the right direction. Legislature lost in Greece. We'll have to knock that back in place. We abandoned that. Like, that's a price worth paying.
Sounds like you want to use a space heater to push a spaceship. That can't be terribly strong. So I hope it's bloody cheap. Chairman Soren van Dijk. Comments to Cape Chemicals technology team.
Thank you, Chairman. So that is electrothermal propulsion. Do I hear a car alarm going off? Okay, it stopped. gosh. Just noises all the time, isn't it? No. I thought it stopped and now it started back up again. You all probably can't hear it. It's pretty quiet for me. So then now they're working on settlement abs. Okay. So, as this says, truly, traveling among the stars has been an unreachable fantasy for mankind for many decades. However, with the invention of high-power electromagnets and superconductors, and the advent of new concepts for deep space propulsion, this dream draws ever closer to reality. Our researchers have finally made good upon one of these concepts: electrothermal propulsion. This rocket design offers faster and more powerful thrust than any conventional combustion system. By using electromagnetic fields to generate an energetic plasma, we can significantly increase the temperature of bulk propellant. The propellant turns into hot gas, which is then in turn injected from the craft's nozzle to create thrust. All our current designs use medium-weight molecules, but our scientists believe that by changing the propellant to lighter gases such as hydrogen or helium, we can ultimately increase the range of these rockets even further. These expected high-energy electrothermal propulsion systems would allow us to extend our reach deeper into the solar system. Cool. So kill that alien, that's the plan. That's the hope and the dream. We're getting tabs on him, we're getting eyes. Oh, and the turn's over, so...
Standing by.
Let's talk alien murder for a bit. It's not gonna be easy, as you can see. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is what you were typing up, skeleton, I see. Yeah, 0%. Hey, that's great. It's a great start, isn't it? We need way more espionage for this. Darn. He's gonna be a tough target. That is a concept skeleton. That is something. I'm not really sure what it's for. But, you know, sounds fun. Let's see. Wait, that's what the aliens look like? Way less fun than I thought. Yes, this is the Hydra. This one's got some cybernetics going on. Not all of them do. Yeah, they're just kind of freaky looking. Ah, I see, skeleton. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they're biomechanical fellas, like Zoids. There's something alright. We'll be learning more in due time. Especially when we can get our hands on a body. So this 0% assassinate chance is not easily corrected. A full send nets us at 3%. That's not gonna fly. This thing has 15 inbuilt security. It gets 1 extra point because it's apparently got a veteran trait, like some kind of security trait. And it's just a default mission difficulty of 12 to do an assassination in the first place. Like, that's not easy. That's not gonna be easy. So I need to really stack espionage skill on somebody. Frankly, the investigator probably has a better chance of doing it with all the ores we just put on him. What can you do, buddy? A 1% chance. Goes up to 10%. 10%, believe it or not, is almost worth taking. Making a pass at him. You know, sometimes you win the 1 in 10. Can we do better?
Ready?
I think we can, actually. Paula. Paula, I'm gonna need to borrow something from you. The special activities section is very, very good. And I need it. So we're just gonna transfer it over. It's really, really cheap. If we put this on our investigator... Is there a way to make the operative the better choice? Because we can also get a bonus from continuing the investigation, too. Getting more intel on the target. It's definitely not going to be a this turn assassination attempt. Ryan and Company is basically a +4 admin. It covers itself. You could drop that. We could transfer it. Unfortunately, you may just end up having the investigator because they've got all this espionage skill right now compared to the operative. The investigator may have to do the whole job. I guess that's tolerable. I guess we'll find a way to swing that, right? So we put this on. Now you're up to 20 espionage. That's way more respectable. There is an espionage org here that we can pick up. That's 22. Can we grab another? We can. We can grab 3 more points worth. That's gonna be this. I'm sorry, operative. I know all of this stuff should be going to you, but we're on a time limit. It's important that we get this done sooner rather than later, and that's a 25 espionage investigator. Very good. Very, very good. I guess you can look after Tellus. Okay. So now, let's see how that impacts the odds.
Ready.
There we are, buddy. An innate 23% chance with a full send. That's an 81% chance to take this thing down. That's much better.
They won't see me coming.
I think you
I'm
just do
here.
it. And then you're
Ready for my mission.
also very important. Protect your operative. Because if they fail this, the alien can kill them in return.
Defending the VIP.
I've learned that lesson
At
the
your
hard
service.
way before.
I'm here.
So you do that, and then you try and keep tabs on the alien to improve our odds. I will send you in with another ops team.
Investigating target.
Keep an eye
What's
on
the
them,
up?
and we'll try and bring home an alien body. Very, very good.
We'll restore peace to this
And
nation.
that looks like a turn to me. Good, good, good. The economy in Romania has contracted.
I'll keep them
Oof.
safe.
Oof. Maybe focus a little bit more on that economy. And now we're just waiting for them to take the shot.
I have new information.
Alright, we get a little bit more intel. If we take a look, now we can see what it's capable of, we can see its traits. This is a first wave alien, right? It's Alpha 2, but actually that marks it as the second alien that arrived. Lucky us. So this is just a survivor and a hard target, right? So hard target says, will strike back if attacked. Enemy critical failures on detain or assassinate missions against this counselor will result in a human attacker's death if the attacker is not protected. That's why we're doing the protect mission here. Is all the aliens have hard target.
Missed the target.
That's a miss. See if you can take another shot.
Things
That
are
thing,
stabilizing.
it's wandered into the EU. I would rather kill it sooner rather than later. I don't think we get any bonuses against it here. No. Keep up the
We
investigation.
move the needle.
The less we burn, the longer we will survive. And the less we depend upon burning our natural resources, the fewer territorial conflicts we will suffer. It is forever bewildering to me how few of us can accept this simple concept. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, lecture at Beyond Fossil Fuels Conference.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's interesting. I do. Again, I say this every time these prompts, they're not prompts, these quotes come up. The way that these characters are written is just so believable. Like, you really get the feeling that the Commissioner here is just so tired. So tired. A slippery customer. Indeed. Yeah, the aliens are pretty tricky. Pretty tricky to deal with, and they're only gonna get more difficult. As this says, electrostatic propulsion, in which an electrical field is applied to the ions within a propellant in the desired direction of acceleration, is nothing new. Already we have probes, which ionize xenon gas in order to create limited thrust. This is possible only in the vacuum of space, for such propulsion methods could overcome neither air resistance nor gravitational pull. However, even though the propellant is ejected some 20 times faster than from a classical chemical thruster, the sheer electrical power required to sustain it currently makes it infeasible for larger craft, let alone to achieve takeoff or landing. As new technologies enable greater levels of onboard electrical power, electric propulsion can become more of a reality, however. The likes of gridded ion drives, Hall effect thrusters, and high-efficiency multi-stage plasma thrusters, that's a mouthful, offer great potential for longer, further-reaching missions. Thanks to successful experiments with an array of rare gases and liquid metals as propellants, our researchers have been able to create moderate electrostatic thrust that is sustained for far longer than any known chemical method, and uses far less propellant. By building upon these principles, they believe we can not only create faster craft, but potentially also devastating energy weapons, and even devise methods of containing unstable, deadly plasma. Fun. Not looking forward to my first proper meeting. I'm just pruning them right now. Oh, the aliens. Yeah. Pretty much. There comes a time when, little assassination runs like this will no longer be viable. Plasma engines, they sound safe? Extremely. High safety rating, I'm sure. Complete reliability. Well, unfortunately that op was a bust, so we're gonna have to do it again.
Where do you need me?
Gonna have our operative keep investigating, make sure we maintain good intel. Don't lose track of
Eyes
them.
on target.
Acknowledged.
Where do you need me?
And then
Ready for orders.
we keep protecting our guy.
On guard.
That's a pretty simple turn. I don't think there's anything that I can add to the EU right now. Not until November we can bring Spain in, which will trigger another period of rapid expansion for us, I imagine. Let's see, give you more admin. And honestly, just give you more admin too. Awesome. Got everything shuffled finally. We are getting close to our target amount also for boost in order to do a launch. The launch window for Mars is coming up in October, so in October we're going to check and see if we can send some stuff out there in order to get to work on the Mars mining operation. How much of your science/research is from nations currently? Most of it, I believe. We get 1.5 from our faction, 3.8 from counselors, 2.3 from unused mission control, and 25.2 from nations. So the EU is a pretty big center for scientific research, as it turns out. Unfortunately, it is becoming more polarized, so it's becoming a bit less efficient here. But that's okay. We'll fix that in due time. If we can fix the inequality, cohesion will start to go up more naturally. So I'm willing to just let that go for a little while. Let it be, as we
I'll
take
keep
another
them
shot
safe.
here. Nice. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, I think the EU's
Together,
doing
we're
well.
stronger. Apart, we're weaker, yeah? Sounds great on paper, love. But the trouble is, there's always some bloke with a loud voice who wants to keep us apart, and a whole lot of someone else's bankrolling him. Commander Fiona Ayawade, personal correspondence.
Personal correspondence, aka responding to an email from her cousin. This is Unity Movements. Oh, this has been a long time coming. This is super, super important. This is going to let us start building true mega nations. You think this EU is big? We can go bigger. We can go way bigger. There's a bunch of things that are gonna start coming in as engineering projects that we can begin researching. There are a few in here I am looking forward to. Europe Ascendant, where is it? Here it is the big one on the menu for now. Damn, they hacked your emails. So this is a nice short little blurb here. Historically, people are defined by national and geographical borders. Recent decades, however, have seen political and cultural movements that span countries and continents alike, as computers and smartphones rendered possible instant communication with anyone, anywhere, and made physical location increasingly irrelevant. By beginning the long process of organizing like-minded states into new alliances and even collectives, the peoples of the world will be able to endure the seismic changes caused by both the alien arrival and humanity's rapid technological evolution. This will require a new approach to democracy and, in some cases, the overthrow of unsympathetic local leaders. The disruption will be unthinkable, but there is potential for even greater world unity in its wake. So this leads us towards great nations, also, which will allow for even bigger mega nations. I was looking at uniting the world earlier. It's a good strategy. It helps make things way easier and more viable to manage. New World Order, yep. So that's going to be very helpful. There's a reason that we took global tech in this direction, and now we get to choose a new direction. It's also stuff like that that makes you realize that there was at least one poli-sci nerd on this development team for sure. I recognize the stuff they're discussing. So where do we go now, and why is it by name? It should be by category. This is much nicer looking. Yeah, easy to focus on space. What should we be doing? That's always the question. There's always so much research to do in this game. It's a long time before we need great nations. I'm not necessarily looking to jump for it right now. We're not in a position to form any of these. One day, just not today. Rival law could be fun. Gosh, I'm just always wondering, like, what should I be doing? Space research, eventually very good. Again, Project Exodus has been very hyper-focused on doing space techs, like propulsion and stuff. I'm not ready to do, like, principles of space warfare and start hunting them in space. We're not in a position to do that yet. So I'm not particularly interested in also jumping in on, like, laser research and that. One day, Dorothy. Yes, one day, one day. I see, this is just gonna give you plasma wave drive. A lot of this is like space tech. And a lot of it's very good. You go deeper down the fusion tree. I think I want to do more Earth stuff, though. That's kind of telling me maybe pick up biotechnology. This goes in a lot of really cool directions. So we'll pick that up. And we're about to complete Alien Origin, it looks like. Yep. From Westworld, did you watch it? Yep, ages ago. Gosh, I need to rewatch Westworld, honestly. Should I? I should. There are a lot of those old space shows that I mean old. They're not that old in the grand scheme of things, I guess, but like Firefly, I really liked Firefly too. In situ resource thing sounds good. Yeah, that'll be really good for when we start setting up space infrastructure. We should do that one soon. Oh, welcome back, Skeleton. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, cybernetics is gonna be really good. Very cash intensive, but it is gonna really enhance our operatives. Oh, you have a nice night then, Skeleton. I hope you sleep well. Thank you so much for stopping in. It was good chatting to you. You have a good night. Alright, so Alien Origin is now completed. There are a multitude of theories about where the aliens hail from, running from the gamut from plausible to absurd. Maddeningly, our further study of alien debris cannot quite be said to rule anything out. Judging by the isotope ratios of lead and some other elements, most of it seems to originate from our solar system, or far less likely, a star system of identical age to ours, while small amounts do not seem to be of local origin, and some are entirely unknown to us. Thus, though our visitors do have an industrial-scale presence within Sol's orbit, they almost certainly did not begin here. Oh, thank you, Skeleton. Gosh, I really appreciate it.
Commander, we've pinpointed their base in the solar system.
Alright, a good report here. Finally some good news. Finally some good news. Finding their base. We have significantly extended our abilities to watch and gather intelligence on the further reaches of our solar system, and in the process, we have discovered a number of alien habs, artificial habitats in the Kuiper Belt. It seems our visitors have been here for some time. Observation of the alien habs, along with re-examination of older telescope imagery taken before the alien arrival on Earth, has provided a much clearer picture of local alien operations. At some point in the last several years, the aliens built their habs and launched the ship that crashed down on Earth. given that A, it seems impossible that complex life could have evolved in the frozen outer reaches of our solar system, and B, the alien ship appears to be partially constructed from material of extrasolar origin, we believe that the aliens arrived here from another star system. We have 3 leading theories as to how they could have accomplished this. 1. They traveled to our solar system via a slower-than-light interstellar spacecraft. Such a craft would, in all probability, be very large. It would require huge quantities of energy for propulsion and life support, and might well have taken generations to make the journey. We have thus far seen no evidence of such an alien mothership. 2. The aliens, or their ancestors, arrived long ago and have been recently awakened from hibernation, or they have been constructed somehow from raw materials. We currently have no explanation for how this might be possible. 3. The aliens have developed some means of faster-than-light transport, such as an Albuquerque drive. That's not Albuquerque. Why did I read it that way? Took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Alcubierre Drive. Alcubierre Drive, or traversable wormholes. While this theory might seem fanciful, the possibility of long-dormant aliens in the outermost regions of our solar system seems equally unlikely. Oh my god, why did I read it that way? Well, our imagery analysts have also captured a structure on the alien surface base, emitting highly unusual energy readings that do not appear to match any known form of power generation. Once again, our research has left us with more questions than answers, but evidence suggests that the alien habs represent a key part of their logistics network. If we intend to oppose their operations, their habs should be a primary target. There we go. We don't care about that project for now, and we need to select a new engineering project. Which is gonna be something, isn't it? In a few months, we're gonna be launching the materials for our Mars base, so I do need to research Vision Pile. That makes the decision for me. There we go.
We've got some intel on our target.
Good. Good. Keep on that investigation. We're getting ready to take the shot.
Target neutralized.
Finally. Good. We have eliminated Xenoform Alpha 2. Mission success. We have recovered an alien corpse, folks. That's it, right. We got him. Few among us would ever have believed this day would come. Not only inarguable proof of life from another world, but the successful retrieval of an intact alien body and hours to study at our leisure. Returning it to our labs has been a challenge, however. Its cellular structure began to deteriorate at an alarming rate, which we believe to be due to some sort of genetically programmed failsafe, presumably to prevent this race's enemies from learning more about them. Fortunately, we were well equipped enough to quickly transfer the corpse into cryogenic storage, by which point only its outermost extremities had succumbed to necrosis. More problematically, the pathologist's task with the initial assessment of the body quickly fell into an inexplicable stupor. The effect dissipated within a few hours and did not repeat. A full post-mortem may now begin.
We've taken one down, Commander.
Yep, we got him for science. So, what were your thoughts on the Oumuamua asteroid thing? What was that? That feels familiar to me. I feel like I've heard of that before. What was it? Sorry, I don't recall. I don't recall, but I'm very interested. It was pre-COVID. Take it out of the memory hole. Oh gosh, did things exist pre-COVID? The cigar-shaped asteroid? Oh gosh. Did things exist before COVID? I don't think they did. I don't think I existed before COVID, actually. Floated through the solar system on a weird trajectory, apparently. Oh. Or apparently so. Things did exist before COVID. Well, if they say it's an asteroid, if they say it's an asteroid, then, I don't have any evidence to, dispute that. I suppose would be my thoughts on the matter. Though, if some giant alien is tossing their cigars into the solar system, I think that we're gonna need to ticket them for that. We're getting sucked into the singularity now. All the madness started shortly after. Gosh, it feels like it. You know what's gonna be interesting, I think? This is a prediction for the future. Probably not a very serious prediction for the future, but I could see it happening. Alright? So, hear me out. Hear me out. Historians oftentimes look back on past societies, past events, right? And partly ascribe certain phenomena to health conditions at the time, right? Is a very broad way of stating it. Like, we look at the massive economic changes in Europe, for example, in the context of the bubonic plague, right? And there's, I think, pretty well-founded arguments that part of what motivated the reorganization of the European economy was the massive decrease in population, right? Similarly, there's talks about how certain behaviors in Rome may have been informed or influenced by lead pipes, art movements, and certain religious movements may have been influenced by the presence of a hallucinogenic mold in bread, right? That kind of deal, right? Again, some of these claims better established than others. Yeah, the war solved the problem of too many unemployed, for sure. It's a grim, terrible thing to think about, but I mean, sometimes these things happen. I am going to be predicting. I am going to be predicting that give it a few... I mean, honestly, it's already kind of happening, but give it a few decades, and, you know, a future generation is going to look back on all the crazy, crazy stuff happening and say that it's because, and say that COVID, being a disease that can, this is a sloppy way to describe it, but I'm not a biologist, but, you know, can get into your, like, neurons and stuff, right? Is going to be, you know, held partially responsible for all the crazy post-COVID world that we're living in. Mark my words. That's my prediction. Is this a 4X? Oh, hello, low efforts. Welcome, welcome. Is it a 4X? Kinda, not really. It's more of a grand strategy. Mm-hmm. Yep, stuff like that. Exactly, but I mean both of you. Um, I think it's gonna be the lead pipes of our generation, right? Or the what was the other thing? I mean, you all get the picture. That's my dumb prediction for the future. Oh, Eulachia, welcome, welcome. Oh, welcome. I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, microplastics. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Microplastics, I think, are gonna catch a lot of flack for their influence on, you know, on world history. You're walking into a very fun talk right now. How's it going? It's going great. We're having a lovely time. We just bagged an alien. We've been playing some Terra Invicta. We've ranted about international law and lead pipes and COVID. It's great. I'm having a lovely time. But I hope that you're doing well. But yeah, low efforts. This is once I get past this screen, I can kind of show you what's going on. It's not quite a 4X in the traditional sense. It's not really expand, exploit, or explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. It's more of a grand strategy. Defense of Earth is the idea. What's up with the VTuber in the game? Oh, this is one of our counselors. Yes, you know what? After we read this objective, I'll just walk us through briefly what's going on in the game, a little recap, so we're all on the same page. Oh, you've been busy lately, but you're doing alright? Well, that's good, that's good. I'm glad that you're doing well. My day's been lovely. We had to start late because, they were mowing the lawn very loudly again, and someone was on my roof with a leaf blower, believe it or not, but we survived, and otherwise today has been lovely. I'm gonna go ahead and read through this real quick, and then we'll walk you all through the game, if that's quite alright, because I can't, if I close this, it's just gonna disappear, and I can't get it back, and this is good lore. So for context, we've just captured, murdered an alien. We have acquired an alien corpse for study, though not without casualties of our own. The target alien was neutralized with minimal collateral damage, and the recovery team arrived within the allotted window. Unfortunately, during the process of securing the alien corpse for transport, it revived and attacked. The leader of the recovery team was killed by a single blow from one of the alien's upper appendages, and 2 more suffered serious injuries while attempting to flee. At this point, our strike team re-engaged the alien, fired on it until it went down a second time, then continued firing into the body until they ran out of ammunition. Some cautious experiments led them to conclude that the alien was finally dead, at which point the body was recovered without further incident. Shortly before he was killed, the recovery team leader, a biologist, said that the alien's facial structure reminded him of the microscopic organisms known as hydras, which themselves are known to regenerate from injuries. In the absence of any other description for the invaders, the name has quickly proliferated throughout our research and operations divisions. There we go. It's just gonna keep popping stuff up, isn't it? Our xenobiology division is preparing to conduct an autopsy. While the chief examiner is confident that no processes indicative of life or hibernation are present in the corpse, we've issued standing orders that an armed guard be present for all Hydra autopsies. Very good. Hail Hydra. Hopefully not. We're anti-Hydra here. I'll have no hailing Hydra here. I tell ya. Putting that up as a new rule. So, this is Terra Invicta. To those of you who are not yet familiar, this is a grand strategy Illuminati alien defense simulator. Sorry, missed the quotes. No, you're okay. You're quite alright. You silly, that's Europe. Well, that's Europe. This isn't Europe. Silly. You live there, yes, and this is our home base of operations. I was convinced to do a mega European Union run. Essentially this game... Gosh, how do you break it down even? There's so much going on. In the early stages of the game, you're very focused on Earth. The game begins with kind of the first contact scenario. An alien craft crash lands somewhere on Earth, self-destructs, and an alien runs off. And that's this beginning moment for the game. The world kind of fractures ideologically, and secret organizations form. Well, secret. Some of them are a little bit more public than others. But organizations form to exert influence and try to bring the world over to their ideology. Plague Inc. reversed? Yeah, I mean, kind of. Honestly, kind of. But rather than fighting a disease, we fight aliens. And, they fight us too, in due time, let me assure you. We are still very early in this Terra Invicta campaign. It's a long haul, but we are very excited for it. Can we kick out the Brits? We worked very hard to bring the Brits back in. We actually, so to run you through what we've done up till now, just very quick summary, is we cemented our power base in the European Union, and we've been unifying countries into a mega EU. So this is no longer the EU that you know, right? This is a single country, what I've just clicked on here. Right? One national government. The Federation EU still exists, but we're using it as a mechanism to drag more countries kicking and screaming into mega EU. Yeah, EU border guard simulator, or border guard simulator. Both, honestly. Honestly, both. The reason that we're expanding the EU is because putting all these countries in one central block is going to be way easier for my secret organization to keep control over and use to bludgeon the aliens and their allies wherever they may be, right? To that extent, the bread and butter of this game, at least in the first part, are counselors. So here's our little VTuber down here, not the rat, but Paula. Paula is an officer and one of our counselors. Right now we have 5 of them, 5 VTubers to choose from to deploy around the world on missions, right? Not the rat? No. The rat is me, and I'm the supreme commander of the resistance. I'm way more important. So we use the council, who basically all have like RPG stat pages and stuff, which we won't get too deep into. Except you've got a level. You've got a level. So here you go. So you deploy them on missions, which we'll practice in a little bit. It's not currently our term. It's kind of a mix real-time, turn-based kind of deal. So if I go ahead and hit spacebar, time will roll forward. Oh gosh, it's here. Europe Ascendant. This is a research project we can do to make super mega Europe. Don't worry about it too much.
Violence is abating.
They'll call out stuff like that to let me know that they're doing their job. Just Nordic Federation tech. You're gonna see stuff like that pop up. A fast learner, yep. That's part of why we picked her. Fast learner's super, super good. Rimworld? What, like this is Rimworld? It might be a little different. What do the colors mean? So the colors are just used to signify countries, right? So all of this, right, this blue here, is just the country, the European Union. Some of our... Oh, I figured it out. You're doing USSR from the other side. Yeah, kind of, basically. The Eurasian Union has been formed over here, which is all this purple stuff. Greater Indonesia, I know Kit would be excited about that. You know, you've got blue over here. This is the United States, red for Canada. The colors are just the country borders. Because then they're broken up into regions. You know, you've got southern France, northern France, not France, also not France, southeast France, surprisingly France. And that's just kind of how that works out. Why is Spain not in the Union? So, to run you through, to catch you up on the lore here, why am I running spoils in Spain? Stop it. No, please. Stop ruining them. Spain was a member of the EU at game start, right? And then another organization that is hostile to us called the Protectorate, who want to, like, surrender to the aliens. Like, conditional surrender is their goal. They took over Spain, and also Poland, for the record. And they left the EU when we took control, because they're like, damn, this sucks now that the resistance is in charge. And I had to fight a long time to drag Spain back into the fold. And then we're gonna have to unify them soon, is the situation there. That was Italy, you silly. Not anymore, it's not. Not anymore. So that's kind of just what we're doing. We're just kind of vibing, sending people on missions, subverting national governments to our cause, and in the meantime, the aliens are out here. Oh my gosh, they're getting so close. They're past Jupiter. Oh no. The AI is an asshole like that. It knows when it's about to lose a nation and breaks all the alliances. Yeah, the AI is not half bad. They're doing a good job this game. We're playing on veteran difficulty, which is new to me. It's like a bump up from normal. Are they gonna blow up the Earth? Worse. They're going to enslave the Earth, I believe, is their goal, more or less. The aliens are encroaching upon the planet Earth, building bases for mining and logistics operations, and gosh, they're close. They're in the asteroid belt. They are past Jupiter. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be real tough. That's gonna be a hell of a fight to knock them out of the asteroid belt. But don't worry about this this screen. We don't mess with it until October. Then we'll mess with it. You know, let's not overcomplicate things right now. This is a game that's best learned in bite-sized little chunks, so you don't overwhelm yourself. Do you play Paradox games? I do. I do play Stellaris. I've been trying to learn Hoi here recently, and mostly failing. I've played the new Victoria 3. It's alright. They're gonna make us all dance for TikToks. Yes, they're gonna spread a TikTok dancing plague across the earth. Truly the worst. Haven't played much strategies besides HOM. I'm not familiar with that acronym. What is HOM? Low efforts, I'm interested. Color me intrigued. But in the
Prepping for the
meantime,
next mission.
let's actually get to our turn so we can do things. Heroes of Might and Magic. Oh. I played a little bit of... Gosh, what version was it? One of the really old ones. On, like, my father's, like, old laptop once. When I was staying over at his house for like a vacation from college. It was good. I liked it. Not the kind of strategy that I usually play either, but I quite enjoyed it. Oh, 3 is good. The most popular one is the 3rd. Oh, I see. Eulachio. Eulachio, have you heard of Sugma, Scarlet? No, Eulachio, I haven't heard of Sugma. What is it? Please elaborate. I'm very intrigued. Don't worry about it, okay? Whatever you say. Then 5th, but I was playing 4th because that's what you had at childhood. That makes sense. Isn't it interesting just how childhood games just get their hooks in? Even if they're not always the best in the series, I think they always will be to us, right? Like, gosh, I grew up on, although this one's considered to be very good, I grew up on a steady diet of Civ 4, and my brain has been forever poisoned. I'll never recover. Then they went up, like, to, like, the 8th installment in the series, but nobody's ever mentioned those in a conversation. Duly noted. Also, any dreams? XCOM ended without any dream reviews? That's right. Oh my gosh. I've been stalking them up. I've been thinking of you, Eulachio. I've been remembering my dreams and taking notes of them so I'd have plenty of stuff for dream review. So we've got a few. We've got a few for you.
Standing by for orders.
Honestly, this is a great game to do dream reviews to because it's like it's such a chill game. That's why we've got Lo-Fi Girl going. This is not the usual music for this game. Lo-Fi Girl is an ardent supporter of the Resistance and is taking good care of my mental health right now. We're just vibing. 4th is a decent game, just too drastically different so that holistic Might and Magic 3 players disliked it at launch. Tried 3 and 2 recently and I see the appeal but didn't get too interested. Yeah, that'll do it. A major divergence like that always breaks a fan base. Like when they went from Civ 4 to Civ 5. I was just talking about this with Kit, actually, last night. Like, Civ 5 wasn't a bad game. It definitely isn't as good as 6. 6 is just a straight improvement on 5, I think. Controversial opinion. But, like, the jump from Civ 4 to Civ 5 was just, like playing a completely different game. So I COD is the same game for decades. Yep, they found their formula. You know, I mean, as much as it's the same game for decades, honestly, I mean, they found their formula. You know, and I can't blame them too much. We like change, but not too much. Lo-fi beats to unify Europe and kill aliens too? Exactly, that's what we got going. Do you play Civ/Free Civ? I've never played Free Civ. I am familiar. with the concept, but I've never played it. I mostly played Civ 4. I was addicted to that growing up. I played that with its expansions too, so that was a good time. And nowadays I play Civ 6. Civ 6 managed to convince me. I did not have high hopes for Civ 6 after Civ 5, but I got it anyway, and I don't regret it. I've wasted a lot of hours playing Civ 6, more than I care to admit.
Ready for my mission.
We killed the alien. That's good. We need the fission pile. What are we doing now? I think I'm gonna slowly think about... No, we all know I can't multitask. We are all... I think that we should all be aware, at this point, that I am incapable of multitasking. But I owe Yalashio a dream review. And honestly, I've got some pretty good ones stored up. So tell you what. If it's okay, I'm gonna get this turn done. I'm gonna set the runtime to pretty slow. And then I'm gonna do it. Legalize nuclear bombs? Already did. I got a nuclear bomb in my closet right now. We got 5 strategic nukes. Nuclear barrages for the EU. It's pretty nice. 3rd largest nuclear stockpile in the world, I believe. I did not just knee my desk. It's okay. It's an open source game, a lot like Civ 2. I've heard some people play that, but I was never into Civ. Yeah, I think the older Civs, anything older than 4, I can't really recommend if you don't already love Civ. Frankly, even then, 4 is an acquired taste. Some people adore it and love it even without the nostalgia, and some people are just like, what am I looking at? Civ 6 is very accessible. If you ever want to play Civ, I recommend starting with 6. And
What's the
probably
op?
never leaving. 6 is frankly, I think, the best the series has ever been. With all of its expansions. Without them, it's garbage. I've played a tiny bit of Pharaoh, but didn't like it. Yeah, I've seen some people praise Pharaoh, and it looks cool. And I look at it, and I'm like, that looks like a good game to put down in 20 minutes. So what are we doing? What are our objectives?
Reporting in.
This is also a good opportunity for us to kind of practically demonstrate the game. But also, this is such a weird turn. All of our actions were caught up for a long time trying to kill that alien. And now it's like, what am I doing? In November, Spain is unified. In December, you get the Southern Balkan states. You should take the Greek point back. That's what you should do.
Ready to go. We're taking power.
Protect your assets.
Standing by for orders.
Also, I have a great meme for you. Been using it a lot on Kuro's ER streams. Oh, please, please, do send it. I played a Happyville as a kid. Good. Good, I'm very glad. Ancient Cities is one to look at. Also Sumerians, both real-time city builders but different pace. Ah, I see. I never really got into that kind of genre, but it's always looked interesting from a distance. YouTube Shorts. Alrighty, tell you what, I'm gonna bring up that meme once I do the turn, and then we'll do a dream reveal. I don't think any... Honestly, Yalashio, I haven't done a dream review in so long. All these, I don't think anybody else here knows what a dream review is. They're gonna hear it and they're gonna think I'm an absolute psycho. I've just realized. That's just come to mind. We could also try breaking Hungary next. Sure. And you need to go do burns.
Gear up.
Have fun.
Acknowledged. Going after their people.
Cool. That's a turn. Have you seen Farthest Frontier? No, I don't believe I have. What is that? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, maybe I have. Hold on. Is that an upcoming game? As actually, I think I may have something by that name wishlisted. Is like that the upcoming, like, space game thing? It's a city builder coming out on August 9th. Well, then I'm probably thinking of something different. Oh, you saw that recently? Another Twitch user? You think that looks pretty good? Oh, well then, I may make a note. Farthest Frontier. We're always looking for game recommendations. I'm always gathering them. Farthest Frontier, because the more game recommendations we have, the more time between me and the next Long War campaign. So, here, let me go ahead. I'm gonna bring up this meme. Hilashi always has lovely memes. Here, we can pause the lo-fi. Pause the lo-fi. We're gonna do a very professional desktop transition here in a moment. Don't worry about it. Bring this up. Mute the tab in case of an ad. Oh my gosh, this looks beautiful. And also maybe a little bit loud. Here, I'm gonna drop my speakers down. Just in case. Professional desktop transition. There you go. It's muted. I've played myself. It's not that loud.
This song is sponsored by Shadow Government.
It's not actually on speakers. It's lying. It lies, don't worry about it. Thank you, Yulashio. Loud equals funny, as we know. That's confirmed. That's going in my collection. You know I'm a sucker for wizards. But, no, we're not actually on speakers. I don't know why it does this. All of the audio options in that window have been mislabeled for years. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. Oh, I need to put the music back on. We can't survive without Lo-Fi Girl. Thank you, Lo-Fi Girl. So that's where all my taxes went, damn it. Yep, your taxes went to that video. Very important, actually. You should be honored. The context is that Scarlet dreams of being a shadow wizard in politics a lot. You're calling me out, because I've got one for you. I've got a shadow wizard dream for you, actually. Should we start with that? Should we start with that for the dream review? I once went that I was attending a lecture that I would have during the day, so I didn't go to the lecture. Oh, like you once dreamt that you attended a lecture, so you didn't go to it. Oh my gosh, I feel that. I have woken up from dreams sometime and been like, yeah, I've faked dreamed a whole week of my life, and I need to unravel what's real and what's not. That's definitely happened to me before. and check the date, look at my sticky notes, figure out what assignments are done. Did I actually do them or did I dream about it? At least the music was mixed professionally. Yeah. So, a dream review. This is long overdue, isn't it? We haven't done one of these in a while. For those of you who aren't aware, occasionally, I don't even know how we started dream review as a thing. Just occasionally what is requested. Because apparently I have interesting dreams. I'm not sure that that's true. But apparently, at least Yolashia, you seem to be interested in my dreams. So, you know, I'm always happy to do a little review of them. I take notes. I make sure that I remember the good ones. And I just walk through it. It's like story time. The stories are born from dreams. And I'm not crazy. And this isn't a weird segment that we do sometimes. I think I asked once for some reason and now we're here. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Oh my gosh, I love Dream Review. And I have loved this dream that I had the other night. This was a couple days ago, over the weekend. And, gosh, you called me out with the Shadow Wizard thing because we had another one of those dreams. Different setting from the last one. But it was pretty nifty. It was good. And you know what I can do? The turn is set up. Go down to like 2 speed? No, 1 speed. And there will be little things moving on the screen to keep you all entertained too. Look at me. Look at me doing a good job, being a good streamer. So, the dream begins. Pretty... I don't know. I think innocuously would be the word. I was me, as myself, but younger, still in college. Not my college, though. Some different one. Actually one that's, not part of my usual rotation of dream colleges. There are a few that tend to show up. This one was different. But I've committed to memory. It was nice. I mean, nice. It was pretty basic. But it was one of the more realistic college campuses that I've dreamt up, so, we've kept it in mind. So, the dream starts, and it's mostly just, like, you know, go to class, go back to my dorm room. But then, what I realize in the dream, and, like, in the dream canon, I had known this for a while, I had, like, magic powers, right? I could control, you know, edgy as it sounds, like I could control and manipulate shadows and stuff. And also, that this setting was one that generally had, like, you know, like superhumans in it, right? Like a superhero style setting. So, we may be able to see where this is going. It's pretty good. I liked it. I'm hoping for a continuation. Yeah, Shadow Wizard Scarlet returns. Exactly. So, you may be wondering, Scarlet, what do you do with these powers? These great powers that you had in this dream. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? You went to the X-Men school? No, I went to, like, a perfectly normal college. And, like, kept my capabilities, like, a secret. Like, really kept it, to myself. Revenge? A contender? But no. naturally the first thing that you do, what you do most of the time when you have magic powers that let you manipulate the shadows. Did you ruin people's photos with bad lighting? That would be funny. I gotta add that to the Shadow Wizard bucket list. Was go out on night walks and walk on people's roofs instead of the sidewalk. Because I like night walks. I like going around and walking when nobody else is really around. It's relaxing. You know, pretty chill, as the kids say. And then when you add the ability to, like, teleport between shadows and stuff, well, why not go and teleport onto roofs where there's nobody else walking around, right? It's very peaceful. Kill people in power. Eulashio, you know me too well. But yeah, it was just very peaceful. I just gonna go around and lurk on rooftops. Like, not in a creepy way, just like hanging out. Just enjoying the fact that it's like actually like I could be alone, isolated, like by choice. It was very peaceful, serene. And, you know, the thrilling rush of magical power only made it better. So, yeah, a fresh perspective, exactly. You don't usually get to see the world from a rooftop. It's just different. Very nice. You know, I wasn't like a vigilante or anything. Like, you know, of course, if I encountered something that was kind of up, right? If I was walking around on rooftops in town and like I saw some guys like, you know, gosh, I hate this phenomena. I've encountered this in real life. What I'm about to describe is like guys like getting like really drunk in like the bar part of downtown and like hanging around like catcalling and stuff, like just disgusting behavior, you know. You know, keep an eye on them to make sure nothing too extreme happens was like the greatest extent of any vigilantism that I did in the dream, right? You know, I just wanted to be left alone. The classic 1920s guy stealing a purse from a pretty lady. Yeah, that behavior. That kind of behavior, you know? You know, but I never had to intervene and actually stop anything, so I just chilled, right? Until one day. Right? That's how it goes. Until one day, everything changed. I was out on one of my walks, and there was it was kind of basically a party happening, in like the big student center. Think big building, you know, lots of glass windows and stuff, and you know, kind of your student center building, right? Not like a party in the typical college sense, more like a huge, like, gathering, you know, events and stuff. You know, there were like lots and lots of people there. You know, they brought out some spotlights and stuff, you know, to like, you know, put on a little light show and stuff. You know, just a big celebration. I, of course, was not attending. As I would in real life, I was not particularly interested in going to a space jam-packed with hundreds of people. Believe it or not, I find that a little bit unpleasant to experience. So I was just walking by, and I was walking by kind of close on a rooftop, you know, and just kind of peeking in and being like, oh yeah, look at the people doing their thing. And I was gonna leave when all of a sudden, the foundation of the building, like the area around the ground floor, bursts into flame. And I was like, whoa. Whoa, that's that's not supposed to happen. um, at the time, didn't think about it, didn't question it. I was just like, oh damn, that's not good. And just, again, in the dream, go into crisis mode. And it's like, what can you do to help? What can you do to get people to safety? And so I stepped, through the shadows on the roof I was on, onto the top floor, onto the roof of the student center, and like started basically opened like a portal so that people could run through it, which only scared them more. Because suddenly the building you're in is on fire. And suddenly like a goddamn shadow wizard shows up on the roof and opens up like this portal. Of course you're gonna be scared. What did I think was gonna happen? That's like classic bad guy power, right? So that freaked people out even more. Here, step through this gaping vortex to escape from the fire. Exactly, like how do you convince people to do that? Thankfully, the fire did most of the convincing. When given the choice between the encroaching flames and the cool and refreshing portal, well, bitterly cold portal, let's be perfectly honest, a few brave souls started to run through, and that started like the tide of people running through. Yeah. The shit you know versus the shit you don't. Yeah, exactly. Whoa, Shadow Wizard be upon ya. Oh, it was a time. So, through that, and I was like full crisis mode, adrenaline going, and not really paying much attention to how much of the power I was using. And so, just a tide of people go through. Yeah, love the early adopters. They got behind it. And the bulk of the people got out. Right? At this point, the flames had spread all the way up to the third floor sporadically. We're getting close to the roof. I hadn't really moved from the roof, but clearly there was still going to be people downstairs who needed rescue. One person had ended up helping me. She was somebody I didn't know, but she kind of took charge and made sure that people didn't stampede themselves to death, so that was good. And then once everybody else had gotten out, she and I teamed up to go down into the building and search for survivors that we could get out. Alright? At this point it becomes clear, the fire's not natural, it's burning concrete and stuff. Something's a little wacky with it. But we rushed through, used some teamwork and managed to get everybody out. We had to drag an injured person up to the roof because, again, an interesting point in the dream. This is why I like my dreams. They've got the details. I was a shadow wizard, right? And that means that I manipulate, again, edgy as it sounds, you manipulate the darkness, right? Fire, as it turns out, kind of lights things up a little bit. And so it became increasingly difficult for me to use my ability, not only because of my increasingly taxed like power in and of itself. Like I'd really strained myself. But the fire just made it so that, there was no darkness to use. So we ended up we found one of the last people in the building, and they were injured, and we had to, like, carry them up away from the fire, the burning lower floors, in order to find a place where I could actually get them out. The Shadow Wizard's sidekick. That reminds me of another meme. Oh. If you can find it, I'd love to see it. So finally, I mean, the fire is consuming the building, and we get to the roof. We get to the roof, and, like, the fire department is there, but they can't get close to the building, and, their efforts to contain the fire are not really working too well. And, like, beyond, like, the line of emergency workers, like, there's just this huge crowd, right? Both of the people that we got out of the building, and also just onlookers in general. Because who doesn't love to watch a building burn? Question mark, I guess. But the real struggle, because what we were hoping to find when we got up to the roof was, the lights being off, right? A relatively dark roof, like the one that we had left. But you know what wasn't helping with that? The news helicopter. Going around with the spotlight shined right on us. So it was like, gosh, I literally can't use this ability. I can't. We had managed... While coming up the stairs, we had managed to get the injured person through, like, one of those portals. And they got out, but I needed... Like, that was, like, the maximum of, like, what I could do. Because we'd gotten him through, like, when we were in a stairway, and we'd done a final check before... myself and my, as you put it, Yolashio, the Shadow Wizard's sidekick, before we actually wanted to get ourselves out. So, we're looking around. Oh, you found the TikTok here. Let me pull that up. Let me pull that up for us. Here we are. Here, I'll just play this real quick. Again, another smooth transition to the desktop. Unmute the tab.
This user commented, "Remember, Bankley, you're free to roam the shadows, but the sun always rises over the darkness." That's true, and the light of a single flame banishes the darkness of an entire void. And I hope for your sake, it never extinguishes.
Yep, good summary. That feels like a threat. Interesting. I feel threatened. He really believes. He do. So... I promise we're getting to the end of the dream. We're close. So, this news helicopter's going around, and we tried to wave it off. Like, we tried to wave it off and be like, turn off your spotlight, but, it just sees us waving down there. They don't really know. He really believes, like, really. The Shadow Wizard would never do evil, that's right. When has a Shadow Wizard ever done something evil? That's right. Never. So, we can't wave off this dumb news helicopter. And the flames are only rising higher, right? That's how that song goes. So, We resort to drastic measures. We resort to drastic measures. How did we do it exactly? I'm trying to remember. What was it that we pulled off? I remember it involved falling. But I don't remember if it was off the building or through, or like into the building as part of its structure collapsed. It was something really risky. It was one of those do you trust me moments, you know? And if the portal didn't open, we would have been splatted, you know? Just absolutely turned into a pancake. Did we do the portal trick? No, we... Gosh, I don't remember how we pulled it off. It was a drop, and it was a drop from, because the growing problem was the fire had grown so much, and there were so many like people and emergency vehicles. There weren't really many shadows for me to take us to, in the near vicinity, and we also, oh well, kind of the drop and hop actually. I remember. Scarlet has historically never rolled badly, not even once. Nope, exactly. It was a sure shot because it worked. Don't look at the XCOM mods. Yeah, they're not admissible as evidence. We dropped from some great height, maybe off the building or something. I'm not sure, but we had found like a shadow that we could use but we had to like jump into it. From a very lethal height, and either it was off the building or into the building as the structure was collapsing, and it was very gay. It was very gay, I gotta say. I don't know. It's it's nice being clung to, you know? And we dropped through like the shadow, arced like up through, like using the momentum to travel through like this space in between, right, to a shadow that I knew would be there reliably, which I had used many times before for quick escapes. You know, somebody's standing on a roof and you drop off the side and disappear, you know? That kind of deal. Which, of course, was my dorm room. You know, as the momentum dies partially from the arc that we did. And the bed breaks our fall. So, you know, that was nice. Not that anything happened. It wasn't that kind of dream. Rather, we hit it. And then my just body completely shut down from being overly strained, and I nearly died of a magic-induced coma. So yeah, the shadow resort, very smooth. I was gonna make a joke about the sidekick's hero being a lesbian name pending, but I didn't. Listen, you're allowed to call me out. We know that I'm very gay. I see why you're hoping for a continuation. Listen, I said you're allowed to call me out, but God, now I'm blushing. God. See, I could have omitted that. I could have omitted it. But, you know, I value telling the story as it happened, you know? Would be a good character for a superhero concept? Exactly. Oh gosh, I mean, just a little bit of adaptation. What an introduction to a hero, right? I don't know what story you would want to tell, but I don't know. Even if it's not something like particularly deep, I mean, everybody loved, everybody loves Invincible, right? We love our, we need a college age Invincible, right? That's the adult version. Yeah, the adult version is integrity of the dream review is more important than integrity of character. Exactly. I won't lie during a dream review. That's a campaign promise. You know, the dream must be respected and told how it happened. It's all about how you deal with your freakish superpowers. That's what life's all about, turning a curse to a blessing. I mean, honestly, yeah, it could just be that. Maybe I do a short story on it. Honestly, I might just do a short story on it. My writing has been pretty heavily consumed by Necromancer for a while. But I could take a little break, do that. It was a great dream, though. Thanks for sharing it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we love the dream reviews. The dream reviews are great. I'm a fan. Brian Lumley? Brian Lumley? Oh, you think Necromancer's probably also the title of a book, isn't it? Yeah, I do some writing. It's my own project. It's a working title. Working title, I mean, is way more heavy-handed than I want the final title to be. But the project name is Necromancer Rogue State. So the title's pretty self-explanatory what I'm writing about. Yeah, he did a series. I was wondering. I see. I was going to make a mod for this game based on this game. Oh, that would be cool. That would be pretty cool. But yeah, that's Rogue State is I can't even say Rogue State. Necromancer is a project I've been working on for a while. Here a month ago? A month ago, I think. We've finally merged all of my separate, like, on-paper writings into a collected body of work and started, like, hammering out details and really expanding on it. It's gone well. I'm really happy with it so far. Honestly, I'm not gonna set myself on a specific timeline because writing takes time and I don't want to rush myself with a deadline for this one, but in the near future, maybe in the next couple weeks, I'm probably gonna release the first few chapters on the Discord somewhere. Oh, this game would work so well for that universe. It would. It would. Replace the aliens with interdimensional vampires. It would be so good. Oh gosh. I'm thinking about it. I would love that game. I would probably love that game even more than this. I love vampires. I'm a big vampire fan. Yeah, nice to hear. That stage is important. Yeah, it's a stage that I think has gone pretty smoothly. We've gotten good reviews from the readers that I've collected so far. I've got a few friends who have been reviewing it for me, including another writer friend, my English major friend, who seems to be rather impressed, so I'm trying not to get a big ego about it. We are paused. But yeah. Oh, There was one more dream. This is short. This one's very short. I just wanted to make a note that there was a continuation dream, actually. Yelashio, do we remember? Gosh, it was a few weeks ago now. It was one of the isekai dreams. The one where I ended up being like the rogue in that setting. Do we vaguely recall that one? I can recap it briefly. Was that what I... Yeah, right? Yeah, Have I even told about that dream before? I'm pretty sure I have. Here, we can speed up time a little bit. This one's much faster. Think you remember? Yeah? We had a continuation dream for that. Which involved me muscling in on some organized crime with my own organization and conducting like a covert raid / hit job on on the leadership of a rival criminal group who's like holed up in like a cabin on like a snowy cliffside. It was very pretty. It honestly, I mean, there's not a whole lot to it, really. We ended up finding like plot lines, like evidence that eventually would lead towards like the main plot. Which we never got to. There's not been a continuation dream since. It was very short. But there were like hints of like the big bad in the cabin and stuff. That's not a comprehensive dream review, but that's it happened a while ago. I don't remember all the little details, unfortunately. But I also had that in my mental notes that needed to be said. You had an NPC dream. Maybe. It was like... Gosh, how do I even describe it? Like, the original dream that it was a continuation of was basically... You know the trope? Not only, like, in, like, isekai animes, but the specific kind where it's, like, this world, like, receives, like, heroes from other worlds on a rotation, right? That kind of deal. It was that. And I was a part of, like, the, you know, that party, right? Of total strangers brought together by the isekai plot device process. But the twist was we were brought into a world where there was, like, no big bad to our knowledge. Like, usually it's just like, yeah, you know, the party gets summoned to save the world when the big bad is rolling, but there was, like, no big bad. So we all just kind of went off and did our own thing. So, that was kind of the original dream.
Order is returning.
Alrighty. But that, I think, is enough for dream review for now.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Oh gosh, I'm disoriented. Are we playing a video game? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we do here on this stream? Do we play video games?
We've neutralized their key people.
Apparently we arrest corrupt politicians. So that's cool. I can roll with that if that's what we do. If that's what we do on this stream, I can definitely get behind that. What is happening in this country anyhow? What am I looking at? Hungary has a space program. Like a thriving space program. They make... They've got 3 mission control and 1.6 boost per year. Excuse me?
Target secured.
The servants are so silly. I don't understand them. But I'll be happy to yoink that from them here shortly. Victor 18 has arrived in low Earth orbit. Let's see what that is.
Our associates
Well,
are
if
now
it doesn't
in
crash
charge.
down, it's just a surveillance ship. It's not too notable. Purge mission, take back Greece. Very good. Pretty good musical. I liked it. It's got a lot of versions. Some are better than others, but you know, now we have full control of it. Sounds a bit like Bacano. Oh, what is that? What is Bacano? If I'm even remotely pronouncing that right. Spain is vulnerable. We'll send you to go deal with that.
Securing our interests.
Where do you need me?
Don't worry, it's just another space cigar. I see, I see. Alright, I'm curious, are you into the, Oh, Bacano's an anime. I thought it was the name of another space cigar asteroid. I got confused, I got played. I'm easily misled, that's okay. I'm very easily tricked, even unintentionally. It's a nutty manga, really worth a watch. I see. Different threads, sorry. No, you're good, you're perfectly good. Here, I'm gonna make a note. I could always use more anime to watch. Not that I'm gonna get to it for a long time, because currently I'm required, legally, to watch all of Black Clover. We're jumping around a bit. Quantum conversations. Ah, I see, I see. You don't know which conversation it's a part of until you look at it, right? Let's see. Okay. I
Standing
don't
by for
want to
orders.
take Hungary yet. I want to crack it down the rest of the way. Never mind. I have to take it. We'll just do that then.
We're taking power.
Your orders?
We want to be careful about our limit. But so long as we control the executive for a while, it'll be fine. Why? Oh, I can unify Greece. Oh, Greece is a current unification candidate.
Standing
I was
by
like,
for
why am I
orders.
not seeing that option popping up? Also, did I get some nom-noms and hydrate and stretch? Oh, I will hydrate and stretch, and then we're going to talk about food, because let me tell you, I have eaten well here recently. One moment. Streamer is watered. Streamer is stretching. Streamer has broken her neck, but in a good way. Oh gosh, I could really... Hold on, I'm standing up. Gosh, I have not stretched enough today. Thank you, Eulashio, for saving me. There we go. That's much better. I had to like stand up and crack my whole back. Oh, I have not been on top of that. I'll have to be more careful in the future. Heard the cracks. Yeah, it felt good. It felt really good. It's quiet. Did I not turn our music back on? Oh no, it's running. Supposedly. Why am I not hearing it? Play it from here. I'm just not hearing it. What? The tab's not muted. What have I done? Stretching is good. Another reason to get a cat to remind you to stretch a lot. That's a fine idea. Have I done something to mess up the sound? I feel like I've done something to mess up the sound. I'm not getting game sound either. I've played myself, haven't I? Stand by. I don't know how long that's been happening. It's a good thing I talk a lot. No, you see, this is what happens. Hold on. Hold on, reconnect this. No, that's not right either. Oh my goodness. It's just completely disconnected for some reason. My headset. So we're gonna troubleshoot that. Instead of playing the game. I'm sorry. Here, let me pause it just to make sure. Oh, speaking of cats, the little baby cat has been visiting me every day this past week. There's 2 more, but they don't like me. Aww. Well, I'm glad the one has been visiting you. Oh, that sounds lovely. That sounds so fun. And I have no idea why my headset has suddenly just decided that it doesn't want to work. That's very strange. It's just not detecting. I've been giving her nom-noms and she meows at me, so I stay outside to watch her eat. Aww, I love that. Is it VT or wired? It is wired, and I'm checking the wire. Here, I'm just gonna unplug it entirely. Make sure I don't catch my hair in the port. Plug it back in. You see, the thing is, it's not that it's not... I mean, it's not working, but it's like it's not even detecting. I've definitely, like, unplugged it before and played myself that way many times when live, but that's pretty easily resolved. It's just not even showing up. Hold on. I'm gonna unplug a wire. Oh, don't unplug that wire. I don't know what that wire goes to. Wrong wire. Okay. There it is. Apparently I unplugged it ever so slightly, like at the base of the computer. Now it works. Now it works. Okay. I'm sorry. I was just mystified for a little bit. But everything's fixed now, don't you worry. I think she's from some neighbors, so I can't capture her. Aww. Well, at least you've got a little feline friend. That's why you need LEDs on everything. That would help. But then it's just like tons of lights, right? I don't know. I'm not the kind of Hackermans, that's right. I'm not the kind of gamer who likes a ton of flashing lights in my eyes. But LEDs would help. I'll say maybe someday, knowing fully well that I won't take any steps to prevent this from happening again. There will be no preventative measures. But Yolasha, you'd asked about food. Honestly, I'm thinking about food again. But I want to talk about the lovely experience that I had this weekend. Actually, it's been great. Here, I'm gonna set up this turn. Set up the turn. Because we've got a couple more people that need
Standing
jobs.
Ready for my mission.
And they're pretty simple, and we'll just
the way
run
to the
things on
target site.
slow.
Where to?
It's not October, so yeah, just run it. And we watch this station go by. Oh. See ya, Yelashio. You have a lovely day, and well, thank you so much for dropping by. Really good to chat with you. Thank you so much. Honestly, I may end up needing to go eat something soon. Gosh, how long have we been going? Oh. A measly 5 hours, Scarlet. A measly 5 hours couldn't be that long. How could you be hungry now? But, I was gonna say, this weekend, maybe I talked about this last stream, but it's okay. I'm gonna talk about it again because there's an update. Oh, so for launching modules, do you need a platform, or can you hire another nation's facilities? For launching modules, to like HABs and stuff. So long as you have the boost resource, you should be able to get the launch, I believe. I'm not sure if you need to currently control like a ground launch facility. I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I think this is just a convenient way to get out to space. I don't think you need it actively. So they just generate boost? Yeah, I believe so. Because broadly, you can just come out here to space. You can just come out here to space and be like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna click on Mars. I'm gonna click on, and then I can click on the button here and just launch things, and it just eats boost. I don't know that there is a check for specifically... Oh gosh, we're actually in the launch window now. Oh, we're in the launch window. I wasn't gonna check this. I thought it was in October. I didn't realize it was now. But I don't think that there's a check for launch facilities, essentially. I was building a line across the equator in my African supernation. Oh, I see. Her face is so good compared to what their face engine does otherwise. Yeah. The customized thing is so good. It should be like part of the game. Yeah. It does well. It does well. Like remodeling agents, face off, yeah. Like getting them new identities and stuff. It may be a little more granular than what the game wants to simulate, but gosh, it would be fun. It would be fun. I mean, who doesn't love to customize their little fellas? Whether it's XCOM or Terra Invicta, right? But I was gonna look at our base, because apparently we're within the launch window. And so we should be able to get things here faster and for less boost, I believe. So we should take advantage of this. We may be able to actually launch the mining equipment finally. So we're gonna go to HABs. here's our thing. We can do it. Oh my gosh, we could have done this ages ago. Oh my gosh. We've been building up resources from the moon mining base that we purchased. That was such a good purchase. Look at this. If we build this in space, it's only going to take us 12.4 boost. That is so good. So we're going to launch that. And we're going to also need... We also need power. This month, Fission Pile is completed, so we'll launch that in a moment too. When they get made, doing full changes, it's a possibility. Mini games upon mini games. Yeah, it's mini games all the way down. That's the game I want to play. I want to never actually know what the core game of Terra Invicta is. I just want to spend a whole campaign playing endless mini games. That's the design they should have gone for.
Protecting our interests.
For the assassinations, it's going to be one of those arcade games, you know, where the little people pop up and you've got to shoot them, you know? Isn't there that game? Watcher? Watcher. Watcher. I might know what you're talking about. Can you jog my memory, low efforts? That feels very familiar. Like the other, like, grand strategy secret society game. Oh, the puzzle game. Maybe I misremember the name. At the end, it's just Pong. If you are the ball. The ultimate reveal for Terra Invicta. You're right. The puzzle game, Watcher. I'm gonna look it up. I'm invested. I'm not gonna bring it up, but I'm gonna look it up. Watcher... game... No, it just wants me to watch Game of Thrones. Puzzle game. The Watcher puzzle game? No clue. Nah, that's not the name. Oof. Yeah, it didn't look like it was. We got a whole bunch of other stuff, unfortunately. There are definitely some other grand strategy games like this that are like Secret Society focused that I would like to play. One in particular. There it is, Fission Pile. Get to work on Iridescendant, I guess. I don't want to think about my next tech choice for a long time. There's one that's currently in development that I have an eye on. That is just, I mean, it's just nifty, really. That's all I can say, it's just nifty. Where you essentially play as like a dead god trying to resurrect itself. And like have to manipulate a fantasy world in order to be brought back. What is that called? Well, I'm tabbing out again. What is that called? When later, we're definitely gonna play this on stream sometime. Probably when it's a little bit more fleshed out. Where are you? I know you. I have you wishlisted. Shadows of Forbidden Gods. It's currently in early access. I haven't actually picked it up yet. But goodness. It looks right up my alley. It's a bit more granular than this, right? It's a little bit more focused on individual characters, like different kingdoms have like kings and other members and all that kind of stuff. But it looks up my alley. Greece, the musical, is now an integrated part of the EU. Very good. We noticed this a long time ago, actually. This is interesting. So, Balochistan broke away from Pakistan, like last stream. And at the time, Pakistan was controlled by the servants, I believe, if memory serves. And so there was a bit of a standoff between the servants and Project Exodus here. And this I thought was going to shake things up, but it looks like they managed to take over Pakistan for themselves and are now going to be forcefully bringing this back into the fold. So, good. Good.
Cleaning things up.
Nifty. Gosh, I'm getting hungry. And I didn't even talk about the food thing.
Wrapping up here.
I got so distracted. So my roommate's family, Kit's family, has been in town here for a few days, and over the weekend they made, I think we'd talked about this last time, they had made an end of Ramadan meal, which was super good. And we've got leftovers for days. I will probably still be eating off of these leftovers, like next week, frankly. There is so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a feast. I ate myself into a food coma on Sunday when it was all served. And I am planning on doing so again tonight. We've got rendang, we've got other foods that I don't know how to pronounce. It's amazing. I'm so happy. I just need to make some more rice and I will be set. So, I mean, so long as I make rice, I don't have to cook this week. It's nice. But then on top of that, even with all the leftovers, they took, so it's his mother and his sister that are visiting, and his mother took all of us, me included, out to dinner, like at a restaurant last night, which was completely unexpected. I had left stream to go cook, and I happened to be leaving stream like just in time to get invited out for dinner. So I haven't even touched the leftovers yet. And I'm just like, my word, this is so much free food. Yeah, bon appetit. Gosh, and now I'm just thinking like what I'm gonna have tonight.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
I think there's this coconut curry stuff that I might have. Oh, that does sound good. I'm talking myself into going and eating. Can you tell? It's not even my turn. I should be letting things resolve while I talk. I thought it was my turn. Oh. I've never seen this tech show up before. This is one of the techs that aren't always viable in a game. We are now I can't speak. We are now able to undertake the Solar Steamers project. Long-range cargo transports use constant thrust to reduce delivery times of HAB modules launched outside of launch windows by 25%. Space trucking, that's right, we've got solar sailors. Whoa. That's pretty cool. We'll probably make good use of that.
Is secure.
I don't usually time things for launch windows very consistently. I just generally launch when I have them. So that's probably going to save us a lot of trouble in the long run, frankly. That's going to be pretty helpful. We should research that relatively soon, honestly. Because we're gonna have more stuff to send to Mars. Gosh, we could send more stuff to Mars. Hold on. Wait a minute. What am I doing? We've got stuff to send to Mars. There are more sites on Mars. I've got resources. I can just take these. I was like, oh, and now we'll wait for the Mars base to be set up. And, you know, then from there we'll expand on Mars. That's not how this game works. I've got 95 boost and a bunch of materials ready. I should just do some launches. What am I thinking? We definitely want this. Here, we're gonna found an outpost. This Zante Terra has 168.7 base metals, which is absolutely incredible. So you're gonna plant a flag there. And then, can I set up mining instantly on it, please? Por favor. No, I don't quite have enough metals stocked up to build it in space yet. That's okay. That's okay. We'll plant the flag. We'll plant the flag, and then later we'll, when we have the metals, we'll get it done. You have to go full Elon. No, no, I'll never go full Elon. I don't wanna throw a fit and also in the process throw unholy amounts of money down a hole known as Twitter.
Here's what we found.
What a way for me to bankrupt this organization, huh? That would be fun.
We've removed some threats.
Alright. Good. Unifying Greece has helped with our cap situation minimally because we'd already cracked them down. But coming up here soon, Spain will be available. And you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I am going to set up the next turn, and then we're probably gonna call it. I should probably go get something to eat. That seems like a reasonable idea to me. We can set up a unification for
Time to make our move.
Romania. That's very
Reporting
good.
in.
What's the op?
Our investigator can just
Removing our enemies.
grab that.
I'm here.
I got the CIA for one of my agents, and it requires the entire GDP of Africa to support, but it's worth it. Yeah, just like real life, unfortunately. Just like real life. Oh gosh, yeah, the CIA is so... I mean, it's a terrible organization, but it's like so powerful in this, you know? You know what I mean? Let's see, you're gonna need more admin for yourself, but I don't think I need any of these orgs currently. Sad but true, so it goes. It does what it does, indeed, indeed. And in Terra Invicta, we will take advantage. Although I think somebody else has taken the CIA, I'm guessing, because it hasn't shown up in the org pool for a long time. So somebody is probably
Ready for orders.
using the CIA against my interests, which is less good.
Your orders?
Okay. We've got you. Help stabilize Turkey a bit.
We'll make things safe.
Standing by.
Do a little public campaign.
I will try to sway the public.
Pretty simple
At your
turn,
service.
just to wrap things up for today. And what about you? What are you gonna do? Nothing. Nothing is what you're gonna do. Maybe investigate one of my own counselors, just to check up on them. Let's investigate Venus's loyalty while they're not here.
Tracking target.
Make sure that Venus has remained a loyal chatter. Alrighty, that looks like a turn. That is what we'll come back with next time. But for today, I need to go eat something, I think. But it has been a lovely, lovely stream. We will be back with more Terra Invicta next week. Tomorrow, the big plan is that we're going to be playing Underrail, which I have been looking forward to. Gosh, I've been looking forward to it since like Friday. I've been looking forward to playing more Underrail since I stopped on Thursday, frankly. It was such a good time. So let me take us on over to Ending Soon. And, oh, thank you for the stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you, another Twitch user. Thank you for tuning in. It was a lovely, lovely time. A thank you to everybody that tuned in. I've had a blast today, and being able to, do this for all of you is a part of what makes it so fun. I'm leaving stream with a big smile on my face, so thank you. A big thank you to all of our chatters, too. Of course, if anybody makes it fun, it's all of you. Can you hear the blood sugar levels dropping in my brain as I just struggle to speak here? I should probably go eat something. And of course, as always, a big thank you to the VOD watchers, too. So, I hope you're doing well whenever you are. We'll be back approximately 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow with Underrail. And we'll be back with Terra Invicta next week. So I'm gonna get out of here. Be safe, have fun, and bye-bye.